Ladies and gentlemen, delegates, ministers, I now declare open the 8th meeting of the Conference of the Parties, serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement in its second session. The order in which agenda items will be taken up is posted on the screen. I invite the CMA to consider the draft decision contained in document FCC/PA/CMA/2019. Germany, you have the floor.
Excuse me, Madam President, that was a mistake.
Okay, Germany. So I invite the CMA to consider the draft decision contained in document FCC/PA/CMA/2019/L4. It was important that this decision and the corresponding decision in the COP and the CMP be ambitious. We started the consultation process very early in the conference so that we could formulate decisions that we were strong and ambitious. I wish to thank His Excellency Ms. Masago Zulfiqui from Singapore and Her Excellency Mrs. Teresa Rivera Rodriguez from Spain for facilitating the consultation on one CP25, one CMP15, and one CMA2. I would in particular like to thank Minister Rivera as she facilitated the final round of consultation early this morning. I now invite the CMA to adopt this draft decision entitled Chile-Madrid Time for Action. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Would you give us just a few minutes, 1 or 2, to have a quick look at the decision? Thank you very much.
Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Excellency. Like Switzerland, we want to look at the documents, the final versions, but we are lost in the website. So if the Secretariat can just guide us, where can we find the documents with the references, with the L's and everything, so it will be much easier for parties to engage. Thank you so much.
Distinguished delegates, all the documents being published can be found in the web page that the Secretariat created for the work on week 2. Exactly the same page. At the top of the page, there is a note that says, "We are experiencing technical issues with publishing documents to this page. Click here for the latest documents." All the documents that are being published are there.
Switzerland, you have the floor.
I don't need it. Sorry, Madam President, that is a mistake now from this delegation here. We don't need the floor right now. Thank you very much.
Well, I now invite the CMA to adopt this draft decision entitled Chile-Madrid Time for Action. Here, no objection. It is so desired. Delegates, the meeting of the CMA is now suspended. I now declare open the 8th meeting of the Conference of the Parties at its 25th session. We are so... Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Excellency. We know that we all want to go home, and we really want to have a very good outcome. But we just pressed the button just after the adoption of the decision under L4 to highlight a very important point, our understanding from paragraph 13 and 14, that this does not prevent having an agenda item on the global goal and adaptation. And this is an very important element for us. So our understanding and the way we read paragraphs 13 and 14 in relation to the global goal and adaptation, that this is a process to allow for the operationalization and the identification of the global goal, and we will be looking forward to have a specific agenda item on the issue in the next COP. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Egypt. Your report is noted on the report. Thank you. The order in which the agenda items will be taken up is posted on the screen. I now invite the COP to consider the draft decision contained in document FCC/CP/2019/L6. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Chile, Madrid, Time for Action. Here, no objections. It is so decided. Oh, sorry? Sorry, Brazil was not in the screen. So, Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. It's just that I think we're having all of these technical difficulties, and we're starting to get a little lost here. So could you just please, first of all, confirm what draft decision you're referring to once again? Thank you.
Is the draft decision contained in document FCC/CP/2019/L6. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you for the clarification, Madam Chair. I understand that would be you referred to the document L6, but then you also said you referred to a title, Chile, Madrid, Time for Action, and we understand that is document L10. So are we talking about document L10 or L6 here? Could you please clarify that? Thank you.
Is document L6, the three of them have the same title, Chile, Madrid, Time for Action. Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Excellency, but the one I have under L6 reads matters related to finance. So it's the Standing Committee on Finance.
They have the different?
So that's why we are kind of lost.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Egypt. It's right, you're right. They're telling me it's L10. So I repeat. I make the correction. It's a document FCC/CP/2019/L10. Chile, Madrid, Time for Action. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, we're very glad that we were able to clear this up. So, yes, in respect of this draft decision, I think this, in general, a very good text. We understand that it reflects overall a decent balance that was arrived at in negotiations. However, we find there are some very significant problems in respect of two paragraphs in particular. Those would be paragraphs 30 and 31 that refer to the issue of oceans and land use. We would like to request the deletion of both paragraphs from the decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brazil. Malaysia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Good morning. I'd just like to raise the issue of process here. I think that this process needs to be inclusive and needs to be transparent. And we need to be very clear that all parties have access to the internet so that they can look at the latest documents and be very confident that what we are adopting is something that indeed is good for them as parties. So we request that perhaps you could alter the tempo of these proceedings very slightly in order to give parties time to catch up so that they do have the document in front of them and have a very clear understanding of what we're adopting, because that would do nothing but lend more credence and more confidence to the multilateral process. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Malaysia. Indonesia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. With regard to para 3031, I think parties have worked very hard on the issue of oceans, and we have also balanced the text with the requests on looking into the issue of land. We have worked over the last 2 weeks on a very hard decision because it went through a lot of consultation, and proponents of the ocean issue, we have made a lot of flexibility and compromise to get to text in 30 and 31. Madam President, we highly oppose deleting para 30 and 31. Thank you.
Thank you, Malaysia. Spain, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. We echo what Indonesia has said. I think that the ocean and the land are critical resources, and there are clear synergies with other relevant conventions, and we have got very strong messages coming from the IPCC. So we support the idea, we strongly support the idea of keeping these references in the decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Spain. Costa Rica, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking on behalf of ILAC, we would support both of the previous interventions, especially on the reference to the interplay between this conference and other conferences. This is not only about climate change, it's about biodiversity, it is about having livable land, livable water. We cannot have one without the other, and we cannot have either without supporting the science. Therefore, as usual, ILAC strongly supports the science, the IPCC, and maintaining these mentions. Thank you.
Thank you, Costa Rica. Tuvalu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and we very much appreciate your hard work you've put in over these last few hours. For a small island state like Tuvalu, we understand the critical nexus between oceans and climate change. Our lives survive around our oceans, and we need to ensure that we have a proper dialogue about the impacts of climate change on our lives and in relation to the oceans. We need that dialogue, so we would strongly oppose deletion of paragraph 31. Thank you.
Thank you, Tuvalu. Belize, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Belize joins the others in requesting that these paragraphs remain in the text as they are important for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Belize. Norway, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I will also like to strongly support Indonesia and other interventions that we keep the paragraphs on oceans, the paragraphs 30 and 31. They have been worked on, and they are important to have in this message from this COP.
Thank you. Australia, you have the floor.
President. I'd like to echo other people's thanks and appreciation for your work over the last couple of weeks. We would also like to support and emphasise the critical nature that oceans have in relation to climate change, particularly in our region and for Pacific partners. So we support the inclusion as outlined in the current decision relating to oceans. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. New Zealand, you have the floor.
Good morning, Madam President. As a nation in the vast Pacific Ocean, New Zealand supports Tuvalu and Australia, our Pacific neighbours, and others who have reinforced this call, strongly endorsing a dialogue on the climate-oceans nexus. Thank you.
Thank you, New Zealand. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. We also would like to see the paragraph on land be kept on this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. Marshall Islands, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. We join with our neighbors in the Pacific in supporting inclusion of the oceans language. And we also join with EOSIS in its statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Marshall Islands. European Union, you have the floor.
Good morning, Madam President. The European Union considers the content of these two paragraphs very important, and we support their maintenance in the text. Thank you.
Thank you, European Union. Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Excellency. On behalf of the African group, I believe that the two paragraphs are important. We keep the reference to the two of them. If there are specific concerns, we can work on language and we see how can we accommodate the concerns that are there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Egypt. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you. Like so many others, we also strongly support the inclusions of para 30 and 31, given the critical nature of oceans and climate change in taking a holistic approach to climate ambition. Thank you.
Thank you. Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam. We believe, of course, science is important, and we should use their findings to advance our work. We had reservations that we expressed on the reference to land, but we have worked with other parties through the night, and the text in its current formulation is acceptable to us. So we can support both paragraphs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Argentina. Bhutan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking on behalf of LDC group of countries, we believe that science is very important for us to advance this work under this convention. Given that, we think that it's very important to retain those paragraphs. Thank you.
Thank you. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Speak on behalf of EIG, which comprises ocean nations, but also landlocked countries and double landlocked countries. The group would like to support the maintenance of the paragraphs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Switzerland. Russian Federation, you have the floor.
We consider it necessary to keep paras 31 and 32, says the Speaker.
Thank you, Russia. Russia, you have the floor.
Все, высказались мы. I've said everything I need to, Madam.
Okay. Okay. Costa Rica, you have the floor.
Madam President, we're going to add to the list of people who made a mistake with the machine.
Thank you, all of you. After we've seen the great support that this inclusion of this paragraph has for all the parties, I will request if we can adopt this document and not to block if it's possible. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, we've listened carefully to the interventions made, and we entirely understand the interest and the concerns that have been expressed. That said, to us, we think the inclusion of these two paragraphs undermines the balance of the text that we have before us. This is a very valuable text, and we would like to preserve it. And therefore, we are obliged to insist on a solution that would at least partially accommodate the concerns that we've expressed. Given the interest that we have heard in respect of the land use issue, we could agree to maintain paragraph 31 in the text, but we can't accept paragraph 30 and would insist on its deletion. Thank you very much.
Brazil, we hear your concern regarding that this paragraph is very important for most of the parties of the convention, the importance of including ocean in this decision. I will appreciate if you let us to adopt this document and we can take note of your concern regarding this paragraph.
We're terribly sorry, Madam Chair, but we can't accept this paragraph. Thank you very much.
Tuvalu, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. As I read paragraph 30, it talks about the integrity of oceans and coastal ecosystems in the context of climate change. For us, this is a critical issue. We know you, Madam President, had a major theme for this COP to be a blue COP, an oceans COP. And I think we need to respect you in this regard, respect the interests of Chile in this regard in identifying a specific theme of this COP relating to a blue COP. We think paragraphs 30 and 31, which also refers to ocean climate change, is a sign of that respect to you as President and to meet our needs as countries who live in an ocean environment. So we respectfully request that we retain paragraphs 30 and 31. We understand that there may be complications with paragraph 32, but as far as we're concerned, that it's critical that we retain paragraphs 30 and 31. Thank you.
Thank you, Tuvalu. Belize, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I join Tuvalu in insisting that paragraph 30 and 31 should remain in the text. Thank you.
Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So out of respect for the delegations of Tuvalu and Belize, we'll agree to keep the paragraph in the text. Thank you.
Indonesia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to personally thank Brazil for their great understanding, flexibility, and we look forward to the realization of this special dialogue. And we thank all parties who have supported the ocean issue and the land issue. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. Russia, you have the floor.
In this case, we would also like to thank Brazil and all parties who have taken part in this work, Thank you.
Thank you, Russia. Okay, so I understand that we can take that decision, so this decision is adopted. I invite now the COP to consider the matter of the long-term global goal. This matter was considered by the SBI. The SBI was unable to conclude its consideration, and the matter was then forwarded to the COP for further guidance. Mr. Ivan Vejer from my delegation conducted consultations on my behalf on this matter, and I thank him for his hard work. Parties worked very hard and have prepared a draft decision for adoption by the COP. I invite the COP to adopt the decision entitled "A Scope of the Next Periodic Review of the Long-Term Global Goal under the Convention and the Overall Progress towards achieving its containing document FCCC/2019/L9. Here, no objections. It is so decided. United States, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, I'm sure that's fine, but we still haven't found that document, so we were searching for it as you were speaking. Perhaps if you can just speak, I know you're going quickly because we're late, but if just speak a little bit more slowly and we'll have a little bit more time to find the documents before you adopt them. Thank you.
Okay, United States. I understand there are certain problems with the website, so we will give more time to see the documents. I repeat, if you have seen documents FCCC/2019/L9. Here, no objections. United States, you have the floor.
I'm terribly sorry, Madam President, we can't find the document. So if you could just ask the Secretariat to explain one more time where it is, we would be very grateful.
Secretary will explain.
distinguished delegates, as I said earlier, you go into the UNFCCC website, you have the tab Process and Meetings, you have the box for COP25, and in it, you have the section Week 2, COP25, CMP 15, CMA 2, Presidency and Ministerial Consultations and other meetings. Below that, we have, within 3 stars, the following message. We are experiencing technical issues with publishing documents to this page. Click here for the latest COP25, CMP 15, CMA 2 documents. That is an active link that will take you to the page where all the documents are. Thank you.
We will continue. So document FCCC/CP/2019/L9. Here no objections. It is so decided. Yes. Brazil, you have the floor.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, but this is just, once again, a request for some technical assistance and clarification here. I mean, we don't know what document you're referring to. So could you just please? And the link to the document, in fact, on the website is not active, so we're confused once again. Could you just please clarify what document you are referring to, please? And what the subject matter is.
The document is FCCC/CP/2019/L9. The name of the document is Scope of the Next Periodic Review of the Long-Term Global Goal under the Convention and of Overall Progress Toward Achieving It. Brazil, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, but I did not ask for the floor. It was a technical mistake.
Costa Rica, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam President, the text that we're getting, the PDF that we're getting on the website under that name, or as L9, does not have the name that you're reading out. We are a little confused about what documents are being discussed.
I will read it from the website. Document FCCC/CP/2019/L9. The name of the document is Scope of the Next Periodic Review of the Long-Term Global Goal under the Convention and of overall progress toward achieving it. Is under CP. I believe everybody has found the document. Okay, if I see no objections, then it is so decided. I invite the COP to consider item 2B, adoption of the rules of procedure. You may recall that our first meeting I proposed that a senior member of my delegation would hold informal consultations on this issue. I would like to thank Mr. Claudio Garrido for taking this task. Where there was an appreciation of the importance of this matter, delegations still maintain their position on the fundamental issues. Parties therefore agreed to continue consultations on this matter at COP26. I therefore propose that the COP continue to apply the draft rules of procedure contained in document FCCC/CP/1996/2, with the exception of draft Rule 42. I also proposed that the COP continues consideration of this matter at its 26th session. Here no objections, so it's so decided. I invite the COP to consider the agenda item 2G, dates and venues of future sessions. At our first meeting, I proposed that informal consultation be conducted by a senior member of the delegation. I would like to thank Mr. Claudio Garrido for taking this task. Based on those consultations, a draft decision is presented for adoption by the COP. I invite the COP to adopt the decision entitled Dates and Venues of Future Sessions, contained in document FCCC/CP/2019/L4. Here no objections, so it is so decided. I have the honor to give the floor to the United Kingdom, host of COP26, to address the plenary. UK, you have the floor.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Madam President, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates. On behalf of the UK government, I would like to thank the Chilean presidency for its leadership, the country of Spain for their incredible effort to deliver this conference, and the people of Madrid for their warm hospitality in this beautiful city. We are honoured and humbled to have been confirmed as the host of COP26 next November. and we would like to thank the Western European and Others Group for their nomination. It will be a privilege to work in partnership with Italy in hosting preparatory events for COP26. And we will need the support of our Italian friends and all parties, as well as subnational actors, businesses, civil society, indigenous people, cities and regions around the world to step up our collective ambition to address climate change. We have met with a broad spectrum of parties and organizations here at COP25, and I reassure you that we have taken note of your comments on your policy priorities, on visas, on participation, and much more besides. The COP process is central to the collective action needed. But we have also heard clearly a desire for us to build on the efforts of our Chilean friends, for the COP to reflect the urgency of the science and the voices of those who are calling on us to go further, faster. We must all act quickly, working in partnership to decarbonize our economies and adapt to the impacts of climate change. And we must take people with us as we all raise our ambition over the year ahead. We look forward to working closely with you and welcoming you to the UK next November. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, UK. The Chilean president looks forward to work with you. It will be a real pleasure. I now invite the COP to consider Agenda Item 5, reporting from parties not included in Annex 1 to the Convention. The matter of the report and review and revision of the terms of reference of the consultative groups of experts was considered under the SBI. The SBI was unable to conclude its consideration, and the matter was then forwarded to the COP for further guidance. Mr. Eduardo Silva from my delegation conducted consultation on my behalf on this matter, and I thank him for the hard work. While parties engaged constructively, the matter could not be resolved here, and parties agreed to continue the discussion at SBI 52. I therefore invite the COP to adopt the conclusions contained in document FCCC/CP/2019/L2. Here, no objections. It is so decided. I now invite the COP to consider Agenda Item 13, Gender and Climate Change. Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. It is on the previous agenda item, and on behalf of the African group, we would like to highlight our concern with not reaching an agreement on a very important body, which is the CGE. The CGE is a very important body to support developing countries in preparing for the reporting under the Paris Agreement. We consider that not reaching an agreement on this, on the operationalization of this body and its terms of reference represents a very negative signal in relation to building the reporting mechanisms for developing countries under the Paris Agreement. And we hope that parties would engage more constructively in the next SBI meeting to make sure that we have a consultative body that supports developing countries to allow them to implement their commitments under the Paris Agreement in relation to reporting. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Egypt. Your consent has been noted. I now invite the COP to consider item Agenda 13, Gender and Climate Change. This matter was considered by the SBI. The SBI was unable to conclude its consideration, and the matter was then forwarded to the COP for further guidance. Mr. Claudio Garrido from my delegation conducted consultations on my behalf on this matter, and I thank him for his hard work. Parties worked hard and have prepared a draft decision for adoption by the COP. I now invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Enhance Lima Work Program on Gender and its Gender Action Plan contained in document FCCC/CP/2019/L3. Here, no objections. It is so decided. I invite delegates to consider sub-agenda item 2D, election of officers other than the President. Item 6, report of the Adaptation Committee. Item 7, Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage. Item 8, matters relating to the Standing Committee in Finance. Item 9, development and transfer of technology. And item 10, capacity building under the Convention. I would like to inform the parties that consultations on nominations for election of members of bodies have been concluded and nominations received for elections to bodies under the Convention, Kyoto Protocol, and Paris Agreement. I would like to thank Vice President Una May Gordon for convening these consultations. I would also like to thank all chairs and coordinators of regional groups and constituencies for their active and constructive engagement in these consultations. The list of nominations received by the Secretariat is available on the UNFCCC website. I now invite the COP to elect to its bureau the following members. As Vice Presidents, Mr. Andrzej Wojcik from Serbia, Mr. Tanguy Gahom of Gabon, Mrs. Federica Africano from Italy, Mrs. Bianca Moldovan from Romania, Mrs. Anne Rasmussen of Samoa, Mr. Muhammad Irfan Tariq of Pakistan, and Mrs. Louise Zhang of Belize. As BASTA Chair, Mr. Tosti Mapu from Democratic Republic of Congo. As SBI Chair, Mrs. Marianne Carlson of Norway. And as Rapporteur, Mr. Ahmad Rajavi of Iran. Here, no objections. It is so decided. I would like to congratulate the members of the Bureau for their election. I would also like to express my appreciation to the previous Bureau member. They have made a hard work, so thank you to all of you who were, working with us during this year. Under your guidance and leadership, we have made tremendous progress during the past year, and especially, the organization and the work for this conference here in Madrid. Turning to the election of members of constituted bodies under the Convention, I invite the COP to elect the members of the following bodies as contained in the list of nominations: the Adaptation Committee, the CTCN Advisory Board, the Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage, the Paris Committee on Capacity Building, the Standing Committee on Finance, and the Technologic Executive Committee. I also invite the COP to take note of the nominations of members of the Consultative Group of Experts, Katowice Committee of Experts, and the LCIPP Facilitating Working Group. Here, no objections. It is so decided. I would like to congratulate the members of these bodies on their election. I would also like to thank all outgoing members for their commitment and hard work that has ensured a success work of these bodies. I note that there are nominations outstanding for these bodies. I invite all groups and constituencies to continue consultation and submit the outstanding nomination to the Secretariat as soon as possible and by the 28th of February 2020 by the latest. Once received by the Secretariat, the nominees will be deemed elect at COP25 in accordance with established practice. Hear no objections. It is so decided. I invite the COP to consider agenda item 18, other matters. Are there any other matters? No? I see no requesting the floor. So hear no objections. It is so decided. Dear delegates, please stay in your seat. We will be convening the CMP immediately. This meeting is suspended. I now declare open the 8th meeting of the Conference of the Parties, serving as the meeting of the parties to the Kyoto Protocol at its 15th century. 15th session. We are really tired. The order in which agenda item will be taken up is posted on the screen. I invite the CMP to consider the draft decision contained in document FCCP/KP/CMP/2019/L5. I now invite the CMP to adopt this draft decision entitled Chile Madrid Time for Action. Hear no objections. It is so decided. I invite the CMP to return to agenda item 2E, status of ratification of the Doha Amendment to the Kyoto Protocol. I am pleased to inform that the CMP that the depository received one additional instrument of acceptance of the Doha Amendment since the start of our conference. The 135th instrument of acceptance was received from NIUI on December the 10th. 9 additional instruments of acceptance are needed for the amendment to enter into force. I congratulate NIUE for accepting the Doha Amendment. I will again like to urge those parties to the Kyoto Protocol that intend to ratify the Doha Amendment to expedite their domestic ratification procedures and to deposit their instruments of acceptance with this respect to the Doha Amendment as soon as possible. Hear no objections, so it is so decided. I invite the CMP to consider agenda item 7, matters relating to the Adaptation Fund. At our first meeting, a contact group was established to be co-chaired by Mr. Amhala Abdullah from Maldives and Mr. Fiona Gilbert from Australia. Thank you, Mr. Abdullah and Mrs. Gilbert, for your hard work. I'm pleased to report that the group has produced a draft decision for adoption by the CMP. I invite the CMP to adopt the draft decision entitled Report of the Adaptation Fund Board, contained in document FCCC/KP/CMP/2019/L3. Hear no objections. It is so decided. I now invite the CMP to consider agenda item 2B, election of additional officers. Agenda item 5, matters relating to the clean development mechanism. Agenda item 6, matter relating to joint implementation. Agenda item 7, matters related to the adaptation fund. Agenda item 9, report of the compliance committee. I would again like to thank Vice President Una May Gordon for her hard work in leading these consultations. The list of nominations received by the Secretariat is available on the UNFCCC website. Parties are informed that there will be no election on an additional member of the COP Bureau. As all the members of the Bureau elected by the COP earlier today are also parties to the Kyoto Protocol. I now invite the CMP to elect the members and alternate members of the following body as contained in the list of nominations. The Clean Development Mechanism Executive Board, the Joint Implementation Supervisory Committee, the Compliance Committee, and the Adaptation Fund Board. Here, no objections. It is so decided. I would like to congratulate the members and alternate members of these bodies on their election. I would also like to thank all the outgoing members and the alternate members for their commitment and hard work that ensure the success of the work of the subsidiary bodies. I know that there are nominations outstanding for these bodies. I invite groups and constituencies to continue consultations and submit the outstanding nomination to the Secretariat as soon as possible and by the 28th of February 2020 at the latest. Once received by the Secretariat, the nominees will be deemed elected at CMP 15 in accordance with established practice. Here, no objections. It is so decided. I invite the CMP to consider agenda item 14, other matters. The floor is open for any other matters. I see nobody's asking the floor, so no request for the floor. So we close this. Okay. Okay. So, no one. This meeting of the CMP is now adjourned. Dear delegates, we will now open the meeting of the CMA. I now resume the 8th meeting of the Conference of the Parties, serving as the meeting of the party to this Paris Agreement. I now invite the CMA to consider agenda item 5, public registries under the Paris Agreement. I invite the CMA to consider the sub-agenda item 5A, modalities and procedures for the operation and use of a public registry referred to in Article 4, Paragraph 12 of the Paris Agreement. A contact group was established, co-chaired by Mrs. Emily Masawa from Kenya and Mr. Peter Wittock from Belgium. I thank the co-chairs for their hard work. Unfortunately, parties were unable to complete their consideration of this matter. Pursuant to Rule 10C and Rule 16 of the draft Rule of Procedure being applied, this item will be concluded on the provisional agenda for CMN 3. Here, no objections. It is so decided. I now invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 5, Public Registries under the Paris Agreement. I invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 5B, Modalities and Procedures for the Operation and Use of a Public Registry referred to in Article 7, Paragraph 12 of the Paris Agreement. Parties may recall that a contact group was established co-chaired by Mrs. Emily Masawa from Kenya and Mr. Peter Wittek from Belgium. I thank the co-chair for the hard work. Unfortunately, parties were unable to complete their consideration of this matter. Pursuant to Rule 10C and Rule 16 of the draft rule of the procedure being applied, this item will be included in the provisional agenda for CMA 3. Here, no objections. It is so decided. I now invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 6, Switzerland. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I would like just to express our deep disappointment that we are not able to agree here to establish an adaptation registry. After the last COP in Katowice, where we have adopted guidance on the submission of adaptation communications, Switzerland intended to submit such a communication this year, and we tried to submit. We have submitted our adaptation communication to the Secretariat, but then we were told that it is not possible because no registry exists so far. We are deeply concerned that some of those parties who seem to argue most in favor of adaptation are not ready to agree to establish such a registry, which does not allow Switzerland to submit its communication. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Switzerland. I now invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 6, Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage Associated with Climate Change Impacts. I now invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage Associated with Climate Change Impacts, contained in document FCCMA/PA/2019/L7. Here, no objections. It is so decided. I really want to thank the parties for this work. And Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
There is a mistake on this. Thank you.
We are all tired. Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Excellency, and thank you for the hard work and also for the facilitator to come forward with this decision. On behalf of the African group, we just want to make it very clear and put it on record that this decision does not prejudge the discussion that is happening on governance, and while allowing the CMA to go through the review and provide further guidance, this does not mean that the issue of guidance or the issue of authority is a done deal. We read the footnote that is there, that the discussion on governance will continue. So the large decision or the final decision on the governance of the WIM is something that will be taken forward. The second point is that we expect also that the same decision or the decision that is proposed under the COP under L12 to be adopted. So they come in a package in our understanding. So our adoption of this is conditional on the adoption of the L12 under the COP. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Egypt. State of Palestine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and we thank you for all your efforts. Happy to see that we are moving on our decisions. I just wish to place on record in relation to the resolution on WIM contained in document L7, the group of G77 position, to place that on record. On the governance issue, we wish to stress that this issue has not been resolved during this session, and we need to see it further discussed. So the resolution under L7 does not, the decision does not prejudge the outcome of that discussion. For the G77 and China, the issue of loss and damage is crucial and is central to the protection of developing countries, including the most vulnerable. Therefore, we have engaged deeply and proactively in the negotiations on this decision text in the CMA. We believe that the WIM review decision text just adopted represents the outcome of our negotiations and puts in place the exerts in relation to, it puts in place the expert group under the WIM Executive Committee to enhance action and support and establish the Santiago Network on loss and damage to enhance the flow of assistance and resources to developing countries on loss and damage. However, paragraph 32 of the WIM review decision text is of concern to the group. We note that previous iteration of the text had urged developed countries to scale up their financing to developing countries on loss and damage. That paragraph is now revised to a generic reference to scale up financing without any reference as to where it comes from. It is important to stress that both the Convention and its Paris Agreement specifically commit developed countries to provide finance and other support to developing countries. This will be our understanding of this paragraph. Furthermore, we have to stress that this decision must also be considered and adopted by the COP and not just the CMA. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Palestine. Tuvalu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and I would like to make a statement to be recorded in the record of this meeting. In accepting this CMA2 decision, it is our clear understanding that this does not in any way suggest that the COP does not have an ongoing role in overseeing the operation of the Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism on Loss and Damage and in the implementation of its work programme. The COP established the Warsaw International Mechanism and nothing has extinguished this role. Like other institutions established or carried forward by the Paris Agreement, the COP and the Paris Agreement will have joint responsibility for managing the work programmes and addressing loss and damage hereafter. Madam President, I would just like to make a little observation here that doesn't have to be recorded in the record of the meeting. During the consultation of the last 2 weeks, we have had one party who has been insisting that the Warsaw International Mechanism operates solely under the Paris Agreement. Ironically or strategically, this party will not be a party to the Paris Agreement in 12 months' time. This means if they get their way with the governance of the WIM, they will wash their hands of any actions to assist countries which have been affected by the impacts of climate change. This is an absolute tragedy and a travesty on those affected by the impacts of climate change. There are millions of people all around the world who are already suffering from the impacts of climate change. Denying this fact could be interpreted by some to be a crime against humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Tuvalu. Belize, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. The Alliance of Small Island States is extremely pleased that the CMA has been able to adopt this decision on the Warsaw International Mechanism on Loss and Damage and its review. As everyone is aware, AOSIS was pushing the issue of loss and damage since the beginning of the convention back in 1992. And so it is good to see that it is now gaining maturity, and we can expect further action under this agenda item in the future. We also hope that the COP can also adopt a similar decision. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam President.
Thank you, Belize. Uruguay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and also happy that we're moving on with the decisions. Let me refer to the decision just taken. First of all, to signal our flexibility in this regard. We have negotiated this text for many, many hours throughout the 2 weeks, and especially during yesterday. First of all, we'd like to indicate that the decision taken is, of course, without prejudice on the issue of governance, and that we also expect the COP decision to be taken. We also express our concern on the language now adopted in para 32 that urges the scale-up finance for loss and damage. We, of course, are in favor of that language. However, previous versions of this have clearly indications of developed country parties to provide that scale-up finance. That's the way we understand the importance of action and support in the framework of the WIM. We also like to express our concern on para 38, and just to have a very clear statement that we understand that the finance provided to loss and damage, including through GCF, is beyond adaptation. There is an issue of substance, an issue of nature in the terms of adaptation or loss and damage that needs to be clearly signaled. So this is our interpretation for the issue of finance on loss and damage. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Uruguay. Malaysia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Malaysia is speaking on behalf of the like-minded developing countries on climate change. We would like to associate fully with the statement made by the distinguished delegate of Palestine on behalf of G77 in China and the distinguished delegate of Egypt on behalf of the Africa Group. We also support fully the statement made by Uruguay. The group remains extremely concerned about paragraph 32, which has diluted the original intent and the responsibility of developed countries to fund loss and damage. This group believes that, based on the convention, the developed countries have a responsibility for historical emissions and for the impacts of climate change. The group has supported very strongly loss and damage being distinct from adaptation because it adds the burden to countries that are now being encouraged to increase their ambition. Ambition and emissions without adaptation and in the presence of loss and damage is extremely difficult to do. Madam President, the group looks forward to working more on the governance in the future, and we fully expect to adopt a decision under the COP. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Malaysia. Bhutan, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Bhutan is speaking on behalf of LDC. We align with the statement made by the State of Palestinian on behalf of Group of 77 in China, Africa Group, AOSIS, Tuvalu, and many others. For us, it is critical that the most vulnerable to have a strengthened WIM to respond to the loss and damage already being felt in our countries, and underscore our understanding that WIM is governed by both COP and CMA, and the consideration on the governance will be decided in the next session. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Bhutan. I want to thank the parties, for the hard work on this document. I know that it's a good document, and we are happy to make important advances on that. And also, I want to thank you for including through the establishment of the Santiago Network for adverting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage associated with adverse effects of climate change. And I also take note of the importance of this matter for all the parties, so I can assure you that it will be included in the agenda item next year. Colombia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. We wanted to add our voice to our colleagues in welcoming the decision that has been adopted and highlighting the importance of strengthening the work on loss and damage, especially on action and support, in the light of the mitigation scenarios of the next 10 years. So we would just like to welcome this decision and highlight the importance of continue working together to strengthen the work on loss and damage. Thank you.
Thank you, Colombia. Here, no objections. No lo dije. No lo hice. ¿Sí? Sorry. I will now invite the CMA to consider agenda item 7, matters relating to finance. The contact group of sub-item 7A was co-chaired by Mr. Richard Muyongi from Tanzania and Mr. Robert Moore from the UK. The contact groups for sub-item 7B and C were co-chaired by Ambassador Amenia Yavoli from Fiji and Mr. Toru Sujo from Japan. The contact group for sub-item 7D was co-chaired by Mr. Ahmad Abdullah from Maldives and Mr. Fiona Gilbert from Australia. I'd like to thank this co-chair for the work. I will now take up each agenda sub-item individually. I invite the CMA to consider agenda sub-item 7A, matters relating to the Standing Committee on Finance. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Matters Relating to the Standing Committee on Finance, as contained on document FCCC/PA/CMA/2019/L5. Here, no objections. It is so decided. I invite the CMA to consider agenda sub-item 7B, guidance to the Green Climate Fund. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Guidance to the Green Climate Fund as contained in document FCCC/PA/CMA/2019/L8. Here, no objections. It is so decided. I invite the CMA to consider agenda sub-item 7C, guidance to the Global Environment Facility. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Guidance to the Global Environment Facility, contained in document FCCC/PA/CMA/2019/L3. Here, no objections. It is so decided. I invite the CMA to consider agenda sub-item 7D, matters relating to the Adaptation Fund. Parties work very hard, as you know, on this, but we're unable to conclude consideration of this matter at this session. I invite the CMA to consider agenda item 10, report of the forum on the impact of the implementation of response measures. I now invite CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Dear delegates, I want to inform you that there was an editorial oversight and that the correct version now has been uploaded. So you have in your website. I now invite the CMA to adopt a draft decision entitled Egypt. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, but I'm not able to access the document, so it's access denied at my computer. Most probably I'll need like a technical support or capacity building to access it. So just to highlight that, thank you.
If you refresh, maybe Egypt. No. Did you find the document, Egypt?
Even with support from Norway, capacity building and technical assistance, still I couldn't find it. I have access denied, I cannot find it in the Dropbox, and it is access denied, and I did do the refresh, which is something, a capacity I have, but other than that, I'm not able to access it, so thank you.
Yeah, somebody from the Secretariat is going to help there. Yeah. Egypt. Can we proceed?
Yeah, thank you so much, Excellency. It seems it was like the document is lost in the numbers. So if you can just highlight the number so everybody can access the document. Because I have also other people, including Norway, couldn't access the document. So it's not only about the capacity and technology. I'm happy now. Thank you.
Okay, I repeat the document. FCCC/PA/CMA/2019/L6. Okay. Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Excellency. And just trying to help also, because now getting the technology and the capacity, I will just also help colleagues in the Dropbox. It has a different number. So under the Dropbox, it is under CP 2019 L12, CMP 2019 L06, CMA 2019 L06, version 4.pdf. So most probably this is the last document. So that's why it was like a lot of numbers. That's why people maybe couldn't find it, including myself, of course.
Yeah.
Having said that, I will have some comments on the document, but after you allow me. Thank you.
Okay. The document number is FCCC/PA/CMA/2019/L6. What you read was the number of the file. Okay. So here, I now invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Work Plan of the Forum on the Impact of the Implementation of Response Measure and its Katowice Committee of Experts on the Impact of the Implementation of Response Measures. Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Excellency. Now finding the document, and just before the adoption, just wanted to highlight that for the African group, several elements and priorities were lost in the document, including elements that was agreed in Katowice last COP. For us, the KCI cannot do sharing of experiences, but it should facilitate technical work. We believe that capacity enhancement programs must target the appropriate participants, and it should be done regionally and during intersessional periods and not targeting only negotiators. We believe also that the concept of climate change policies is not very clear. We see that it is a very focus on the mitigation part. Having said that, especially on the issue of policy issues of concern, we know that it is reflected in the chapeau, but it is not reflected in the activities. For this reason, our understanding will be that this issue of policies of concerns is a cross-cutting issue, and it will be dealt with under the relevant activities. With this understanding, we'll be able to join, but we need our reservations and concerns to be put on record, and for the sake of moving forward, will not object to this draft decision. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Egypt. They're on record. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are also technically challenged, and in both ways. First of all, we didn't find the text. We were not able to do that, and we didn't want to ask for the floor. But having the floor, we would suggest, could you send out these decisions electronically? That might be easier than having difficulties to find them on the web. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Switzerland. Maldives, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. We support the position expressed by Egypt, and despite repeated requests to change the tax, we are disappointed that nothing has changed. And paragraph 4 of the proposed tax may be in contravention to the decisions made at Katowice as well. So we're really disappointed. Thank you.
Thank you, Maldives. Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to concur with what Egypt and Maldives have said. Just to add, the language used under the timeline for paragraph 3, SB 53 and onward, as decided by KCI Forum, that is not language that was agreed in Katowice. On the same paragraph 7, the timeline and modality, both are not languages which were agreed in Katowice decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are also would like to join others in also sharing the disappointment with the draft text that we have right now. However, in the spirit of compromise and moving forward, we can live with the decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. I now invite the CMA to adopt a draft decision entitled Work Plan of the Forum on the Impact of the Implementation of Response Measures and its Katowice Committee of Experts on the Impacts of the Implementation of Response Measures, contained in document FCCC/PA/CMA/2019/L6. Here, no objections. It is so decided. All your comments will be reflected. Thank you. And I invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 11, matters relating to Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. Regretfully, after all the hard work that you have all done, we couldn't get to an agreement on this important article. So I now invite the CMA to adopt a draft decision entitled Matters Relating to Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, contained in document FCCC/PA/CMA/2019/L9. Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Excellency. And as you've mentioned, all parties have done a lot of effort trying to take this Article 6 and operationalize it. It is of great importance not only for the African group but for all parties, and we believe that this is a good vehicle to enhance ambition in mitigation and also provide resources for adaptation for the countries that are very much in need for. It is unfortunate that we couldn't reach an agreement at the end, but I want to put on record a strong position of the African group that through the markets, as we have all been discussing in the past 11 years, that this is an important process to raise ambition. This is an important process to do mitigation with lesser cost, but at the same time, this is a very important process to raise funding for adaptation for developing countries, in particular, of course, through the Adaptation Fund. We hope that we can, through the negotiations, get a commitment that funding for adaptation is a priority, as we have been listening to many partners. We respect what they have mentioned in the discussions. We do understand the concerns that was put forward, but on the other hand, my people in Africa, the African people, are waiting for a strong position, a strong confirmation to the commitment for adaptation finance. The second point, Madam Chair, on the decision itself, there is a footnote 2. It only refers to one document, which is the last document of this morning, or yesterday, I think it's this morning. From the African perspective, as we are going to have further discussions on the issue, we believe that all the documents that were prepared by the presidency should be added. So the footnote should be modified to bring in all the draft documents, be it on the 13th, 14th, or the 15th, and not only one document. So when we engage on wide spectrum of views, as was reflected in the different documents. The last document was not a representative document of all views, and for this, we believe that this footnote should be changed to reflect all the proposals coming from the presidency. They were dated 13 and 14 and 15 of December. If this is agreeable, then we can engage and support this decision. Thank you so much.
Okay, we will find out an answer on that, Egypt. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me first appreciate and commend your perseverance in bringing parties to find compromises until the last minutes. Madam President, I was also fully committed to delivering a successful outcome on Article 6. We made constructive proposals to the text over the past 2 weeks to find a common ground for all the parties. Despite all the efforts, it is my sincere regret that we were not able to reach an agreement on Article 6. Although gaps still remain, let me emphasize that market mechanisms are crucial instruments for raising ambition and promoting actions against climate emergency. Japan expresses a firm intention to apply the following principles for the implementation of Article 6 and to work with other countries to deliver real, verified, and additional global emission reductions. Those principles include enabling higher ambition in mitigation and adaptation actions, ensuring environmental integrity by avoiding double counting through application of corresponding adjustments, enhancing transparency through a robust reporting and review cycle, and avoiding the use of pre-2020 units towards Paris Agreement. Japan hopes other parties share such principles so that we can ensure environmental integrity. To this end, we will provide our full support to the next presidency, the United Kingdom, for achieving successful outcomes of COP26. During the negotiation process, I myself had so many bilateral meetings with delegations. Let me take a moment to thank all of them for sharing the spirit of never give up. I don't know how many ministers are still here, but you'd all agree that only with the dedications of our teams we can be effective as ministers and politicians. In that regard, I'm very proud of my team and all of your teams. I am about to leave Madrid for Japan without getting the last homework done. This gives me something to look forward to, that is to work with you again. See you in the next COP in Glasgow. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. And thank you for your hard work in helping to find an agreement on Article 6. You really have been great support in order to find that agreement. I give the floor now to Malaysia. Malaysia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Malaysia is taking the floor on behalf of the like-minded group of developing countries. Like others, we would like to thank you and the facilitating ministers for all the efforts to try to resolve this agenda item. The Adaptation Fund and adaptation measures have been historically underrepresented and underfunded, and their importance has not been brought to the fore. We fully expect that Article 6 will help change this by bringing much needed adaptation funding to parties that most need it. We would like to reiterate that participation in Article 6 activities should be completely voluntary and should help both developed and developing country parties to achieve their respective NDCs. I thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Malaysia. Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. We are also disappointed that it was not possible to complete this outstanding chapter of the Paris Agreement work program, but we also understand that for the time being, this may be the best decision and try to find common ground that ensures environmental integrity. With regard to the Adaptation Fund, we would like to stress the importance of this fund for us and for the whole Latin American region. This is one of the few funds that the Latin American region has been able to access without restrictions, and to ensure a share of the proceeds from both 6.2 and 6.4 is of utmost importance to us. So we stand ready to continue the discussions on the way to Glasgow. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. To begin with, allow me, on behalf of my delegation, to thank you and congratulate you on your efforts in moving negotiations forward on this crucial agenda item. As others who have spoken before me, we think it is highly, deeply disappointing that we were not able to arrive at a positive outcome on this agenda item in our negotiations at this COP. We firmly believe that market mechanisms are a crucial element of the Paris Agreement architecture, and we're always very keen on working towards a positive outcome. At COP25, we invested a lot of energy in this regard, and find it very frustrating that at the end of the day we were not able to arrive at a final agreement. That said, we do think there was some real movement in the negotiations at this COP. So I think we can at least say that the glass is half full. We remain committed to continuing discussions on this very important issue. Madam Chairwoman, I would like to fully support a statement made earlier by the delegation of Egypt on behalf of the African group, and to echo his statements in regard of two different matters. First of all, the fundamental importance of adaptation funding under the aegis of the climate change regime. We think it is absolutely crucial to ensure that more adequate funding is provided to the adaptation fund, and therefore, as the African group, we fully support the proposal for a mandatory share of proceeds provision in respect of the 6.2 mechanism. In respect of the draft decision that we have before us, I would also like to I fully concur and support the request made by Egypt of for changes to footnote 2 of the decision. We, like Egypt, believe that it would be very important to have references to all documents that were produced by the presidency throughout this process. As I said, there was some very interesting work taking place at the COP. Many different proposals were put on the table at different points in the process, not all of which are reflected in the last text that this footnote refers to. Throughout these 2 weeks, in fact, negotiators were shown many different iterations of the negotiating text. And in many cases, we found that there was not enough time even to discuss fully and exhaustively those iterations. In some cases, consultations would focus exclusively on some aspects of those texts, and as a result of that, on some specific aspects of those texts, and as a result of that, not all of the material contained therein was properly covered. We believe it would be very important not to lose the valuable work that we've seen at this COP, and therefore would think the best way to move forward on this would be to make sure that in our continued work next year, we have all of the presidency documents before us as a basis for continued negotiations. Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you. Mr. Delegate Mann from Brazil. European Union, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, let me begin with agreeing with the statement by Japan on this issue. Now let me add that we are among the most disappointed parties because of our collective inability to find the right compromises and the right solutions around this very important matter of Article 6. I would, however, concur with my colleagues from Egypt and Brazil that there has been an enormous amount of work done, not least by yourself and your staff and you in the Secretariat. There has been a confrontation of ideas that has not produced a consensus, but has definitely enriched our knowledge and our understanding of Article 6. And we think that bringing this wealth of ideas to the next stage of the discussion will be valuable. For that reason, we support the proposal to bring these documents forward. We can accept also the proposal made by Egypt of bringing forward all other documents. We don't agree with many of them, but they are part of the history of this debate. They contain proposals, some of which are more consensual than others. And if we restart this discussion, we should not restart it from scratch. So we can accept that. Our interpretation, and we would like to have that interpretation put on record, however, is that the use of these documents will necessarily have to include reference to their different level of maturity in the course of the discussion. More generally on Article 6, Madam President, this is and remains an important part of the Paris Agreement. The absence of rules to operationalize Article 6 does not prevent the Paris Agreement from functioning, does not prevent parties from having carbon markets, international carbon markets, and trying to relate to each other. But we hope that we will be able to obtain operational rules for Article 6 in the course of next year to make this movement towards carbon market and their internationalization faster and better organized. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, European Union. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Let me first also thank you, the ministers of New Zealand and South Africa, and the Minister of Japan and their teams, your teams, for the tremendous efforts to help us to find agreement on Article 6. You did an excellent job. We obviously did not. Article 6 was created as a tool to allow for higher ambition on mitigation and adaptation actions and to promote sustainable development and environmental integrity. Market mechanisms hold the promise to substantially accelerating our global mitigation efforts at a time when science tells us that we only have a few years left to change course. However, we all know in order to be able to enhance mitigation actions, the rules and guidance on the implementation of Article 16 have to be robust and have to ensure environmental integrity. And we all know that if you would have had agreed here in Madrid on the last proposal you have presented, we would have created a robust source of funding for the adaptation fund. It is therefore with great concern that we were not able to take a decision on Article 6. This does make the use of market mechanisms under under a multilateral approach under Article 6.4 impossible. However, existing provisions under Article 6.2 of the Paris Agreement do allow parties to proceed on the basis of cooperative approaches. All parties to the Paris Agreement, as parties to the Paris Agreement, we stand determined to realize the vision and ambition of Article 6. In line with what Japan has said, and in line with the San Jose principles for the high ambition and integrity in international carbon markets, which are supported by more than 30 parties, Switzerland, in the absence of international agreed rules, commits to applying robust rules that avoid any form of double counting, ensure environmental integrity, and promote sustainable development, including the protection of human rights. And Switzerland will also not use the pre-20 units towards the achievement of its NDCs. We will seek to engage in bilateral activities under 6.2, and when doing so, we intend to apply the guidance on cooperative approaches as presented last night by the Presidency. We hope this will provide clarity for actors in the market and set a good standard for others to follow. Having said this, Switzerland remains deeply committed to adopt robust multilateral rules to implement Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Switzerland. Costa Rica, you have the floor.
Gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President.
I would like to thank you and your team for your efforts. I would also like to express our heartfelt thanks to Minister Creasy and Minister Shaw and their teams for their hard work. It has been frank engagement and an innovative approach. We did not quite get there this time, but we have progressed. As many others have expressed, we are disappointed that we once again failed to find agreement. We engaged actively, we delivered our homeworks, and yet we did not quite get there. Having said that, I have to highlight that we saw moves towards flexibility from some parties and groups like we have never seen before. We hope that those moves, that the spirit that those parties and those groups found will come with us to the next SB and to Glasgow and to deliver this article, which is important both to ensure maximum mitigation and maximum adaptation ambition. As you know, ILAC has a long history of firmly supporting robust accounting, environmental integrity, ensuring we have incentives for progressions in NDC in both their scope and their ambition. And we believe it is firmly necessary to safeguard human rights, the rights of indigenous peoples and local communities, as well as sustainable development to the implementation of Article 6. To that effect, we invite all parties and interested organizations in join us in subscribing the San Jose Principles for Ambition in Article 6. These principles define success. These principles tell us what the bare minimum that we should be able to deliver from this article has to be. And we strongly encourage parties to join us in making sure that we deliver that and more. Finally, Señora Presidenta, I would like to thank the Secretariat team that has been working with us for all these years. Without their tireless effort and unbreakable commitment, this item would be impossible to move forward. I have very little doubt that there are very few people in this venue that have slept less than them, and I have to thank them personally. Thank you.
Thank you, Costa Rica. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, for giving us the floor. The agenda item eluded consensus in the discussion among the parties that is rightly captured in the draft decision. The Indian delegation believes that substantial progress was made to enhance understanding of technical issues on the markets. We assure a continued engagement on this matter in a constructive and a fruitful manner. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, India. New Zealand, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. New Zealand expresses its great respect and thanks to all parties for their efforts in concluding our work on Article 6, including ministers and heads of delegation who made the brave move to dive into the details of Article 6. We made real progress here at COP25, which is to some degree captured in the draft decision texts referenced in the footnote of this decision. My Minister, James Shaw, greatly appreciated the opportunity to work with all parties, and in particular to work alongside Minister Creasy of South Africa with her excellent team. Thank you, South Africa, and thank you, Madam President, for entrusting us with this role. It is disappointing that we have not concluded our work here on Article 6, but many here have signalled their commitment to enhanced action and ambition on climate change through cooperative approaches based upon sound principles of environmental integrity and respect for human rights and the rights of Indigenous peoples. Because of those deeply held convictions, the only decisions we should adopt will be good ones. Clearly, good things take time. We too express our thanks for the Secretariat's tireless efforts, tremendous efforts in which they showed that they understood us better than we understood ourselves. Your time, Madam President, has not been wasted. We thank you sincerely for all your efforts on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, New Zealand. Belize, you have the floor.
Madam President, I wish to thank you, your facilitators, and the Secretariat for bringing us this far. The Article 6 mechanism can provide an additional measure to reduce emissions of greenhouse gases. We appreciated the emphasis on the delivery of an overall mitigation in global emissions through a partial cancellation rate. We think this will be a very valuable element of our Article 6 architecture as we move forward and look forward to its operationalization. Regarding the footnote, we feel that we made good progress during the second week and achieved good results last night. We would be happy to engage in that last text when we meet again in June. It may not be helpful to have multiple texts on the table. The issue of transition is of concern to the members of my group. This is a major environmental integrity issue. We appreciated the clarity with which this issue was handled in your last draft, and we would not want to begin all over again on this difficult issue. An ambitious Article 6 outcome will create a new architecture for markets that moves beyond zero-sum offsetting approaches to accelerate the reduction of global greenhouse gas emissions. Madam President, we will continue to engage constructively with all parties to develop a market mechanism that contributes to the global mitigation effort while ensuring environmental integrity.
Thank you, Senegal. Senegal, you have the floor.
Bonjour. Good morning, President. Good morning, and thank you for giving me the floor. We would like to thank you for all of your efforts, the work of the ministers of New Zealand, South Africa, and Japan, who have supported you in the quest for a consensus-based solution on this agenda item. At the outset, we would like to support the declaration that was made by Egypt on behalf of the Africa Group. We most particularly would insist on the goal of Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, which is to raise our ambitions in the areas of mitigation, but also adaptation. Further, we insist on the importance which we place on the market mechanisms as a support. Like those who have preceded us, we say that all market mechanisms must bring an increased ambition in both mitigation, but also bring financing to meet the adaptation needs of the most vulnerable countries. We have moved forward under your presidency here in Madrid a great deal, and we hope that in the time between now and our next negotiations will allow all of our partners to conduct a deep analysis on the consensus-based proposals that have been put forward. The consensus-based proposals that have been put forward, being mindful of the fact that given the reductions and given the great need that is present for the environment, we must not neglect all of the efforts that are being exerted across the world to achieve the success of the Paris Agreement. The rules which we are putting in place, we must ensure that they guarantee the protection of the environment, promote sustainable development, and assure that there is not double accounting. We must also ensure that these rules that we are to put in place within their framework, the economies that are made by those that are investing in these mechanisms do effectively raise our ambitions in both mitigation and adaptation. We reiterate that we will remain available along with the Africa group, but also in the G77 plus China group, to work with you to ensure that the gaps in the carbon market mechanisms prior to Article 6, notably the Kyoto Protocol, those including the voluntary market, should be rectified and corrected within the directives, modalities and procedures that we are to put in place in order to bring new confidence and trust for the work of all stakeholders. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Senegal. Bhutan, we have the floor.
Madam President, like others, I thank you for your hard work and all the tremendous attempts that you made to finalize the consideration of this item at this session. We would also like to share our appreciation to the Excellency Ministers for facilitating the discussions. LDC Group came to Madrid with an expectation to have a robust Article 6 rules on market that ensures environmental integrity and overall mitigation in global emissions while providing resources for adaptation. The group is disappointed with lack of willingness by some parties to work together to ensure environmental integrity and to respond to the needs of the most vulnerable communities. Looking ahead, we remain committed and urge all parties to come to next session to advance this important item that will help in raising ambitions in line with the principles of Paris Agreement. I thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Bhutan. Tuvalu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and I will not say what others have already said, only to express our extreme gratitude to you and your team, and in particular the Secretariat staff, who have worked to a state of exhaustion to bring us to this, where we are now. My delegation hopes that where we are now will give us the opportunity to return some language that protects human rights and the rights of Indigenous peoples. Thank you.
Thank you, Tuvalu. South Africa, you have the floor.
Madam President, on behalf of Minister Barbara Creasy, we would like to take this opportunity to thank the Minister and delegation of New Zealand for working tirelessly with us to make progress on Article 6. We would also like to thank all parties for the open, transparent manner in which they engaged with us as co-facilitators of Article 6. We appreciate the support of the Secretariat and of the Presidency, who both did a sterling job. We too are disappointed that we were unable to reach agreement given the robust discussions we had and the progress we made. For us, it is crucial to have a market that has high environmental integrity and avoid double counting. We would also like to see the carbon market deliver high mitigation and adaptation ambition. As a delegation, we will continue to work hard with colleagues to ensure that we can deliver an effective Article 6. We believe that the text that we reached last night give us enough room to take our discussions forward. However, we will be accommodating to the views that called for the last texts that were produced to also form part of the next discussion. As a delegation, we urge and encourage all parties to come to the next round of discussions with flexibility so that we can conclude this discussion. We believe we are very close, Madam President. Given a little bit more time, we could have made it. I thank you.
Thank you, South Africa. Canada, you have the floor.
I would like to thank the Presidency facilitating ministers from New Zealand and South Africa and the Secretariat for its work. I'd also like to thank all of the parties who came to COP25 with a spirit of cooperation, flexibility, and compromise on Article 6. We too, like so many, are disappointed that we could not agree to robust rules on Article 6 at this COP. We recognize the incredible amount of work, especially by our experts over the past 4 years, who have negotiated in good faith to get us to the text that we discussed in the early morning hours. The text has never been more clear and clean. It has helped us to identify the key political compromises which would need to be considered in order for us to come to an agreement. It is what we need to carry forward if we are to get an agreement in the future. Advancing international carbon markets and its potential to enhance ambition while promoting environmental integrity, human rights, and the rights of Indigenous people is of keen interest to Canada. Canada will continue in our steadfast commitment to advance the implementation of the Paris Agreement through our domestic actions and our support for developing countries to help drive the urgent climate action that is needed to be taken by everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. Australia, you have the floor.
President, thank you. And like others, I want to pass on our appreciation for the hard work that you, the Secretariat, and others have done in terms of trying to get an agreement on this. I also want to thank you for the transparency and openness and the energy that you personally and others have brought to this process. I also want to acknowledge the work of our umbrella group members, Japan and New Zealand, who have put a lot of effort and time into this, and also South Africa, as mentioned. We're also disappointed to see that there's not an outcome on markets. We believe this is a critical part of the Paris Agreement. We, like others, worked hard across groups to try and find differences and bring parties to a point where we could get an agreement. Unfortunately, it hasn't been the case this time. We hope an agreement can be found in the near future. We believe the current text, as Canada and others have said, provides a very strong basis to hopefully continuing negotiations and finalising agreement. Like others, we're also keen to ensure the protection of human rights and the rights of Indigenous people in the establishment of any future mechanism under markets. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Republic of Korea, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President.
At the outset, we highly appreciate to the Madam President and your team, as well as the Secretariat and also the co-facilitators for their hard work. Even though we couldn't reach the consensus on Article 6, I do believe this does not mean to discourage our active climate action. At the time when we couldn't reach the consensus, we should take more efforts for addressing the climate change. At the UN Climate Action Summit held in New York, the Greta Thunberg said, "We are watching you." So the students are expected to be educated, but at the time, the world leaders are educated. So now is the time for action, for more active and constructive action. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Korea. I want to thank all the parties for the great effort that everybody did to move position, to try to find an agreement so we can count on a robust market and we can have this Article 6 that we need in our country so much. And an article that can address the needs of everybody and is a robust and have environmental integrity and understand that we need, for getting the changes and increase the ambition that is so, so important. I like to thank especially the minister that helped and their teams and the secretariat in the effort. It was so many meetings for so late, 2 days without sleeping day or night, we get so closer. But I have a hope that we can use this material in order to find a final agreement during the COP26. So thank you for everybody. So here, no objections. It is so decided, and I will include a footnote to reference of the 3 texts that we prepare during this time. Before Brazil, you have the floor.
I'm sorry, Madam President, but actually I did not intend to ask for the floor. That was another technical mistake. Thank you.
Egypt, you have the floor. No floor at all. So, here no objections then, it is so decided. I now invite the CMA to consider sub-item 2B of the agenda, election of additional officers. I would again like to thank Vice President Una May Gordon for her hard work in leading these consultations. The list of nominations received by the Secretariat is available on the UNFCCC website. I now invite the CMA to consider the election of an additional member of the Bureau of the COP, CMP and CMA. The rapporteur of the Bureau, elected by the COP, represents a party to the Convention that is not yet a party to the Paris Agreement. Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Excellency. But again, like others, it was a technical error. But I wanted to take the floor after the adoption of the previous agenda to join others in thanking the ministers who have tried to facilitate, the Minister from New Zealand and Her Excellency the Minister from South Africa and also the Minister of Japan. And like others, we hope that we have an agreement in the next meeting. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Egypt. The CMA is invited to elect as additional rapporteur of the Bureau from among parties to this Paris Agreement, Mr. Amjad Abdullah from Maldives, nominated by the Asia-Pacific Group. Here, no objections. It is so decided. I now invite the CMA to elect the members and alternate members of the committee to facilitate implementation and promote compliance referred to in Article 15, paragraph 2 of the Paris Agreement, as contained in the list of nominations. Here, no objections. It is so decided. I would like to congratulate the members and alternative members of the committee on their election. I note that there are nominations outstanding for the Article 15.2 committee. I invite groups to continue consultations and submit the outstanding nomination to the Secretariat as soon as possible, and by the 28th of February 2020 at the latest. Once received by the Secretariat, the nominees will be deemed elected at CMA 2 in accordance with established practice. Here, no objections. It is so decided. I invite the CMA to consider agenda item 14, other matters. Dear delegates, a senior member of my team undertook consultation on the issue of the special needs and special circumstances of Africa under the Paris Agreement on my behalf. I urge parties to the Paris Agreement to recognize the special circumstances and needs of African countries in line with previous decision of the COP. During the consultations, many parties and groups, including the Latin America and the Caribbean parties, elaborate on the specific vulnerability to adverse effect of climate change. No consensus was reached in those consultations. Are there any other matters? Argentina, you have the floor.
Gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President. I should like clarification, if I might, from you. This has to do with the letter dated 5 December. A group of countries from Latin America sent this letter. It had to do with the inclusion of this item and the words that you've just repeated. The letter has to do with the interpretation that this group of country gives to those words, which are a personal expression from you regarding the COP's recognition, and the letter addresses the decision-making power of the COP. The COP makes decisions, and the presidency cannot urge the COP to make a decision in one way or the other. With all due respect, I would like to ask that that letter be annexed to the report of this session. That would be a way to express the opinion of this group of countries on that item. Thank you very much.
The letter was sent, and it will also be in the report. Thank you. This meeting of the CMA is now adjourned. I now resume the 8th meeting of the Conference of the Party at its 25th session. I now invite the conference to consider agenda item 7, Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage Associated with Climate Change Impacts. Since the consideration of the governance of the WIM did not result in an outcome, the COP will continue to consider matters related to the governance of the WIM at COP26. I now invite the COP to take note of the decision adopted by the CMA entitled Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage Associated with the Climate Change Impacts and its 2019 review, contained in document FCC/CP/2019/L12. Here, no objections. It is so decided. I will now like to invite the COP to consider agenda item 8, matters relating to Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Excellency. I think it was just a misunderstanding because we heard you saying that we take note of the decision. I think we are adopting the decision, of course. So just thank you.
It was on this side. Egypt. The COP is taking note of the decision adopted by the CMA. Palestine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. On this issue, the issue of WIM review and the governance of the WIM, let me state the following on behalf of the group of G77 and China to be placed on record. As stated earlier, the WIM and its executive committee operate under the authority of the COP as well as the CMA, pursuant to previous decisions of the COP and also to the Paris Agreement. The COP decision on WIM that has just been adopted recognizes that issues related to governance of the WIM have not been concluded and will therefore continue at COP26 and CMA 3 in 2021, and will be reflected in the form of an agenda item on this issue for COP26 and CMA 3. We note that our discussion on this issue here at the COP25 and CMA 2 did not produce any outcome, and that such discussions do not prejudice any further considerations of this matter under the COP and the CMA. Finally, nothing in this COP WIM decision text nor in the CMA WIM review text prejudges the outcome of our discussions of WIM government. We thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Palestine. Your concern is noted. Tuvalu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. It was our understanding at the beginning of this meeting that we would adopt parallel decisions both by the COP and the CMA. The current decision that you have presented to us does not achieve that, and we are deeply disappointed by that. I would like to have a statement recorded in the report of this meeting. In noting the CMA decision by the COP, it is our clear understanding that the COP has an ongoing role in overseeing the operation of the Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism on Loss and Damage and in the implementation of its work plan. The COP established the WIM and nothing has extinguished that role. Like other institutions established and brought forward by the Paris Agreement, the COP and the Paris Agreement will have joint work respectively. Thank you.
Thank you, Tuvalu. Your statement is reported. I will now invite the COP to consider agenda item 8, matters relating to finance. For sub-item 8A and B, a contact group was established, co-chaired by Mr. Richard Muyongi from Tanzania and Mr. Robert Moore from UK. For sub-items 8C and D, a contact group was established, co-chaired by Ambassador Amina Yuvoli from Fiji and Mr. Turu Surju from Japan. I thank all the co-chairs for their hard work. I will now take up agenda sub-item individually. I invite the COP to consider agenda sub-item 8A, long-term climate finance. I now invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Long-Term Climate Finance contained in document FCCC/CP/2019/L8. Here, no objection. Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and apologies for taking the floor, but we are seeing two different documents for the same agenda item. There is a document that we printed this morning from the Dropbox and from the agenda, and then this document was updated later on. Now what we have is a different item, in particular in relation to paragraph 13 of this draft decision. We understand that the point was made yesterday in the informal consultations with the president, with the facilitator, and there was an agreement in this room on a language, very specific language on paragraph 13. So the current language does not reflect this agreement as it was yesterday and this morning.
Delegates, the file that was uploaded earlier was a technical error. The correct file is the one that's uploaded now, and it's noted in the document.
Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for this clarification by Secretariat, and we would be happy to go along these lines after these clarifications. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Switzerland. United States, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. We would be okay going along these lines, though we would note that our understanding of this decision or this paragraph is simply that, of course, the COP will continue to discuss issues of climate finance, not that this agenda item will continue at the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, but can you read exactly what language on paragraph 13, and then I'll come back and comment, please.
Paragraph 13 reads, note the importance to the Conference of the Parties of continued discussions on long-term climate finance and decides to consider the matter at its 26th session.
Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Excellency, but this is not the language that we understand was agreed in the room that was facilitated yesterday, and that this is the language that was presented to the parties this morning. I hear colleagues and interventions saying that, of course, there is the discussion on climate finance will continue under the conference of the parties, which is the language that was presented this morning, which affirms the importance of climate finance and decides to continue discussion on this matter under the conference of the parties. So hearing the previous intervention specifically, it speaks to the same language, but it does not refer to this, noting the importance of a continued discussion. So with this, I would like to go back to the language that was printed and was agreed in the informal last night. Thank you.
We will come back to you, Egypt, on this issue. Nicaragua, you have the floor.
Nicaragua wishes to support the position of Egypt on the matter of long-term finance to revert to the language that had been negotiated and that we saw previously, and not this last-minute change of language. Long-term finance is more important than ever and we should not have a hiatus of 1 year in the effort to come up with options and alternatives for effective long-term finance. This is more important than ever because we have not come to terms at this COP with significant financing for loss and damages, which is essential for the mounting number of countries that are victims of climate change. So we support the Egyptian position, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Nicaragua. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I think we are now not in the stage about supporting positions that have been negotiated, and just to reflect duly what has been agreed and what has not been agreed yesterday evening. My finance expert was participating at yesterday's session, and there was no agreement to change that language yesterday. I would like just to appeal to all delegates not to start to change what, based on an agreement that has been happened on texts that were presented, and I would also just to draw the attention that we are losing really quorum. And if we are not now really taking where we are and trying to adopt the documents as they have been presented, and if you now start to reopen them and start to try to renegotiate these documents, then there might be a risk that we will lose quorum. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Malaysia, you have the floor.
Right, thank you, Chair. Speaking on behalf of LMDC, Malaysia would like to support what Egypt just said, and we like the reflection of the text that we saw earlier this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Malaysia. Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Excellency. And as Switzerland has said, yes, we want to finalize the decisions as fast as possible, but this does not mean that agreements that were reached yesterday and printed this morning are the ones that we can just overlook because we want to finalize a decision. Okay, I'll stay. The coordinator of the African group is clearly highlights that this was an agreement, and the language that is now presented is a language that the African group did not approve, and it was made very clearly that it was not a language that the African group can go forward with. So there was a compromise language, which is again what is presented in the previous and printed and even posted this morning, and it just confirms what some delegations have said. It is affirmation of the importance of climate finance and decides to continue the discussion under the convention. I think it was said even by, other delegations before me, and supported, of course, by a wide variety of delegates. Thank you.
Thank you, Egypt. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, and I just wanted to weigh in with what Switzerland was saying, because the language that was read out by the Secretariat was the language that was discussed last among parties, and there was no agreement to make further changes to the language. So we would appreciate some clarification on moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. United States, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And just to be perfectly clear, we don't support the language that has been proposed by Egypt nor Switzerland, though our understanding of the situation, the discussion last night, was certainly as Switzerland has described it. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And according to the expert who participated in the discussion last night, there was no conclusion. So it's true that there was an argument to oppose description as described here in this draft text, but there was no conclusion in the discussion last night. So in that sense, this description in the draft text reflects exactly the argument discussion last night. That is understanding of Japan.
Thank you, Japan. Give me some minutes. We will see the situation. Okay, Minister Delegates, I have been informed parties work very hard, but finally we're not able to conclude a consideration of this matter at this session. So this will be an agenda item for next COP. So, thank you for your understanding. Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Excellency. And this is a very unfortunate and disappointing decision. And this is not the first one during this COP. I mean, I recall that the African group has highlighted and stressed on the concerns and disappointment when it comes to agenda items that relates to finance, capacity building, technology transfer. And those are the means of implementation that countries will need to implement the Paris Agreement and the Convention. I'm really surprised when we are affirming the importance of climate finance. We are not even agreeing on affirming the importance of climate finance. This is really becoming very worrisome for a lot of countries, very worried about not even affirming a very benign language of the affirmation of climate finance and to continue discussion under the Convention on Climate Finance. Unfortunately, we cannot do anything about that, but I would just ask colleagues who have mentioned that they cannot agree with the affirmation of the importance of climate finance and the continuation of a discussion on climate finance to consider that when they ask parties to raise their ambition, when they ask parties to take more actions, when they ask developing countries to be more transparent, when they ask developing countries to pay more from their pockets for adaptation, when they ask parties to join the markets because it's much easier as mitigation for some. So it is very unfortunate, Madam President, that this is happening now. It is very unfortunate that the message that we are sending in a COP that is calling for ambition is that we are not even able to affirm the importance of climate finance or even decide to continue discussion on climate finance. I don't know what to say, but this is not what the African group, and I'm sure a lot of developing countries who have responded to that, have expected when we fully ratified the Paris Agreement. We didn't walk out of the Paris Agreement. We are committed to what we have said in the Paris Agreement, and we are committed to the Convention. We are not walking back. We are not backsliding. We are not rolling back on the commitments, but it seems that this is not the same from all parties. So colleagues and parties who are calling for more ambition, who are saying that environmental integrity is the core, that are calling for the climate emergency, if you are not in line with a discussion on climate finance, or you are not in line with affirmation of the importance of climate finance, please relook at your positions. We are not here to have very nice statements and people start applauding and clapping for nice words. We are here to work and make sure that we deliver the right package to enhance the ambition and have things moving forward. We are not here to just have slogans and nice words. I respect all parties, I respect all groups, but it is very obvious that when it comes to technology transfer, capacity building, finance, we have very limited space to even discuss it or even affirm its importance. I would like this to be put on record. We will engage on this agenda item again, but not with a very benign language, just calling for parties to affirm or requesting a very simple request to continue discussion, but with very strong language, and we'll make it very clear in the coming discussions that when we talk about adaptation finance in markets, it has to be done. When we talk about climate finance in general, it should be done. It is as important as the rest of the mitigation because it is a core component of any ambition for developing countries, and particularly for Africa. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Africa. Nicaragua, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The lack of ambition on climate finance will affect ambition with regard to mitigation. The reason for this is that a large percentage of the NDCs of the developing countries are contingent on climate finance. By systematically not considering climate finance, the low level of ambition at this COP with regard to climate finance then will affect the ambition with regard to mitigation and adaptation as well, because it will affect the capacity, the respective capacities of the developing countries to fulfill their commitments as they wish to do, It's quite unfortunate that this COP has not had balance with regard to climate finance. It's been systematically sidelining all of the issues that have to do with climate finance, and to take long-term finance, which has a long history within the Kyoto Protocol and within the successors to it, is quite unfortunate, and I wish to express that we're very disappointed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Nicaragua. Saudi Arabia.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Speaking on behalf of the Arab Group, we could not agree more with the statement by Egypt and Nicaragua on their disappointment in the way we are addressing ambition. We are killing an agenda item here, right here, in this very moment, that speaks about climate finance. And we said from the very early beginning of this conference that when we speak about ambition, it's not only ambition in mitigation, it's ambition, mitigation, adaptations, and means of implementation. And we're not really delivering on that. Unfortunately, developed countries talk the talk, but they don't walk the walk, and they don't deliver on their commitment, their historic responsibility to providing finance. These are debts that they have to pay to developing countries to be able to adapt to climate change, enhance their resilience, and then contribute to mitigation if there was sufficient and adequate and predictable finance provided to them. It's unfortunate that we are seeing now this agenda item being contested and we are not able to reach a decision. Although we have given developed countries the paragraphs that they wanted under the decision for the CMA for raising ambition, but we're not getting anything in return when it comes to climate finance. We're going to continue this discussion in the next session, but it's really very disappointing, and I'm glad that we are under webcast and the world is watching that we're not really genuine about climate action. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. We as others are very disappointed about the outcome of this agenda item. Long-term finance is essential for developing countries to comply with the voluntary commitments they have put forward in their NDCs. If we want to talk about enhanced ambition, we also need to talk about enhanced ambition in finance. So on behalf of my group, Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay, we would like to put on record our disappointment with this result. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. Malaysia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Chair, just like others before me and speaking on behalf of the like-minded developing countries, we are very concerned and very disappointed with what is happening at this final day of our plenary. We all know that declaration of high intent cannot alone be benchmark or championship for global action. If we want to respond honestly to the youth, to the public outside demanding climate action, we need to fulfill our commitments and undertake ambitious actions on climate change. Will and ambition without implementation is meaningless. Our countries, Madam President, encompasses more than half of the world's population, with most of the world's poor that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. We are living the impacts of climate change that were not caused by us. This must be recognized, Madam President. We cannot talk about ambition without finance. What has just happened is very unfortunate, and we like to register this. Thank you.
Thank you, Malaysia. Uruguay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. We would also like to express our concern with the situation. We understand that finance issues are essential for us to keep building ambition, keep building the regime that can take us to the 1.5 degrees. And we are absolutely concerned with the situation. We like to express our full support with the statement previously made by Egypt, Nicaragua, Argentina, Malaysia, and others that finance is essential for us to raise ambitions as developing countries. And we will come back to the discussion next year with some very clear message in this regard. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Uruguay. European Union, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think this COP is very close to reaching the record of duration from information I got from some of my colleagues. So we're all very tired and our nerves are frayed. But I would encourage colleagues to reflect. We are not talking in this decision about whether or not we should have a conversation about long-term finance. That conversation will continue under the convention because we have a long-term goal of post-2020 climate finance. The conversation will also continue under the Paris Agreement, when next year we will start a conversation about the post-2025 goal on long-term finance. So affirming with vehemence that we're not interested in a discussion on long-term finance, I'm afraid, is not particularly accurate. So I would invite all of us to lower the temperature. We will continue to have conversation on long-term finance, both under the Paris Agreement and under the Convention, without the need for having a row right now on which of the two fora should be preferred. Thank you very much.
Thank you, European Union. Maldives, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President. This late hour, I did not intend to take the floor, but I thought perhaps my minister has just left. This was his constant message that I couldn't refrain not taking the floor. I fully subscribe the points that was made by Egypt. Madam President, the developing world is united in combating against climate change, most importantly on climate financing. My delegation is deeply concerned with regard to the appetite that has lost in talking about climate financing. A COP of action without financing is COP of inaction. I thank you.
Thank you. Belize, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Belize joins the others in expressing its concern that we were unable to move forward on this agenda item. I believe all of us spent numerous hours addressing it during this past week. And so it is rather disappointing that we have to use Rule 16 on this issue. However, we will continue to engage meaningfully with all parties to ensure that we can make progress here. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Belize. Bhutan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Like others, we also would like to register our concern on this particular item. We expected much stronger outcomes on this long-term finance to provide assurances to us about the availability of finance beyond 2020. This is critical because it's important for us to work to implement our NDCs and NAPs. Like others, looking forward, we look forward to engage on this, and it's very unfortunate and that we are not getting enough attention on finance here. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhutan. Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Excellency, and apologies for taking the floor again. And just also, while stating the disappointment, I want to welcome the statement made by the EU confirming that the discussion will continue, confirming the importance of climate finance, be it under the Paris Agreement or the Convention, and also put on record that the African group, and I'm sure all developing countries, very much appreciate the countries who have doubled their climate finance. There are some countries who are mentioned here in the decision, unfortunately will not be able to take the decision forward. I think countries who have doubled for the GCF, like Germany, like the UK, like France, many European countries are very much appreciated. So we just wanted to put on record that while we are facing a lot of challenges, there are some countries who are up to their commitments. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Egypt. All the statements are record. It's really very disappointed that we don't have more climate finance. I invite the COP to consider agenda sub-item 8B, matters relating to the Standing Committee on Finance. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Matters Relating to the Standing Committee on Finance, contained in document FCC/CP/2019/L6. Here, no objections, it is so desired. I invite the COP to consider sub-item 8C, report of the Green Climate Fund to the Conference of the Parties and guidance to the Green Climate Fund. I now invite the COP to adopt the decision entitled Report of the Green Climate Fund to the Conference of the Parties and guidance to the Green Climate Fund, contained in document FCC/CP/2019/L13. Here, no objections, it is so decided. I invite the COP to consider sub-item AD, report of the Global Environmental Facility to the Conference of the Parties and guidance to the Global Environmental Facility. I now invite the COP to adopt the decision entitled Report of the Global Environment Facility to the Conference of the Parties and guidance to the Global Environment Facility, contained in document FCC/CP/2019/L7. Here, no objections, it is so decided. Yeah. This meeting of the COP is now adjourned. Dear delegate, I now resume the 8th meeting of the CMP. I invite CMP to consider the agenda sub-item 10, report of the Forum on the impact of the implementation of response measures. I now invite the CMP to adopt I invite the COP to consider agenda item 12, report of the Forum on the impact of the implementation of response measures. I now invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Work Plan of the Forum on the Impact of the Implementation of Response Measure and its Katowice Committee of Experts on the Impacts of the Implementation of Response Measures, contained in document FCC/CP/2019/L11. Here, no objections, it is so decided. This meeting of the COP is now adjourned. Dear delegates, I now reassume the 8th meeting of the CMP. I invite the CMP to consider the agenda sub-item 10, report of the Forum on the impact of the implementation of response measures. I now invite the CMP to adopt the draft decision entitled Work Plan of the Forum on the Impact of the Implementation of Response Measure and its Katowice Committee of Experts on the Impacts of the Implementation of Response Measures, contained in document FCC/KP/CMP 2019/L6. Here, no objections. It is so decided. Dear delegates, please stay in your seat as we will be convening the joint plenary to hear closing statement. This meeting. Okay. This meeting is now adjourned. Can you? Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I now open a joint ninth meeting of the Conference of the Parties, ninth meeting of the Conference of the Parties serving as a meeting of the parties to the Kyoto Protocol, and the ninth meeting of the Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement. Dear delegates, hoy cerramos la COP25.
Today we close the COP25. We are of mixed emotions. On the one hand, we have hope. Hope that together we can achieve great things, and in particular, after having seen how Spain and Chile have been able to move forward this COP in record time. This is thanks to joint work, generosity, and solidarity. We must not forget, and we must appreciate each and every one of you for your long hours. This has been the longest COP in the history of COPs, and so thank you for having put your heart and effort into seeking agreements in a process that is based on agreement by all parties. I must also thank Minister Shom from New Zealand, Mr. Greaves from South Africa, the ministers that have helped to make possible the reaching of agreements here in this COP. Teresa Ribera, the ministers of Japan, each and every one of you that played a crucial role in the Secretariat as well. Many have noted this. They have spent days and nights here working together to ensure that we, the countries, could reach agreements. We wanted to close Article 6. That would have allowed us to open a carbon market that is robust with environmental integrity. It would be focused on generating resources to bring about projects. These projects would allow for us to move toward sustainable development, addressing emissions and climate. It was necessary, and is necessary in particular for developing countries. It is a mechanism that would contribute to helping us to move forward with greater action in topics that are so relevant. So much effort is needed. Clearly, it is sad to not have reached a final agreement. We were so very close. But I thank you for all of your effort and the long hours aimed at achieving agreement. We were on the verge. But as you, many of you have recognized in the room today, we have concrete progress on concrete texts. This allows us to look ahead with hope. We can be hopeful that this solid mechanism with environmental integrity that addresses the needs of all, that has an adaptation fund that we need so dearly, and that respects the diversity and the requirements of our countries, that this is closer than ever before. We wanted to move ahead faster and better. Clearly, today, the citizens of the world are asking for us to move ahead faster and better in financing, in adaptation, in mitigation, in generating better conditions for each and every one of us that face climate change. As a legacy to this COP, we leave an ambitious Article 6 that is environmentally solid, that allows for us to lay the groundwork for the implementation of a carbon market without double accounting, with resources for adaptation, with centralized mechanisms and bilateral mechanisms as well. This brings together the need for developing countries to have reasonable transition periods, limited units, clear timeframes that allows for them to address the entirety of this system. That's one item. But also, our collaborative work has allowed for us to move ahead on other very necessary items dear to our hearts. I would like to express our deep appreciation for the agreement on gender, which we have brought about in this COP. The gender item is not a problem of women, it is a problem of humanity, as is climate change. It affects us in a greater manner with an exacerbation of discrepancies. As the Minister of Women, I am pleased that we have adopted the item on gender. This will allow for us to strengthen the role and the empowerment of women in their communities, helping to be able to better tackle climate change, because we, the women, are more vulnerable to climate change and the loss of biodiversity. But we are also great agents of change. We are transformative agents. We are strong. We are resilient. Climate change, climate action is not and should not be a political issue. National commitments are necessary, but they're not enough. Hence, we greatly appreciate the Alliance on Climate Action that we launched in September that allowed us to double the amount of countries that are committed to carbon neutrality. It is a source of pride that here that alliance has gone to 120 countries, some 390 cities, more than 800 companies, billions and billions of dollars. We have financial stakeholders that are relevant in something so very necessary. We've discussed this here at this COP. There's a need to move ahead with more resources for climate ambition, with more climate ambition. And this hits hardest in developing countries and in the most vulnerable countries. And this COP, for the first time, we saw 51 finance ministers. They joined climate action. Ministers allowed for us to make cross-cutting of more ambitious climate action in each and every one of our countries. We also saw sectoral ministers incorporated. They address carbon capture, energy, transport, agriculture. Science took a role as a key ally, not just in diagnosis, but also in solutions, innovations, technology transfer, capacity building, and nature-based solutions. They have to be more ambitious. They have to have more urgent effect and be more effective. For the first time, the ministers of science of the world met here at this COP. They put forth their initiatives. And this COP as well, we showed the importance of the oceans. They're essential ecosystems for mitigation and adaptation to climate change. This affects the lives of millions and millions of people around the world. And this area is affected by global heating. There's an enormous loss as well of biodiversity in this realm. We encourage countries to include oceans in their NDCs. More than 39 countries have already signed on to the initiative to incorporate oceans into their NDCs. Their ocean efforts are to be science-based. These bring together initiatives and tools. These can be used by governments to develop climate policies in the ocean. Further, we adopted documents, important progress in items that are dear to us, necessary areas such as a WIM, loss and damage mechanism, and the review thereof. This was a deeply yearned for item for many of our countries. We also have noted the importance of adaptation. The urgency here is ever more pressing. It is a key pillar for those of us in the developing world. Hence, in this COP25, for the first time, we saw a high-level dialogue for adaptation. We had the presence of ministers. Clearly, it's not enough. The world is watching us. They're hoping for concrete solutions, greater contributions from us. For that reason, we are not satisfied. The agreements reached by the parties are not enough for addressing the urgency of the crisis of climate change. We still do not have the consensus needed to raise ambition to the levels that we need. Before concluding, I would like to call upon the world, loud and clear, to strengthen political will and to accelerate our climate action at the pace that the world needs. The new generations are waiting for more from us. We have the obligation of being up to this task. The new generations, women, children, the world over, they are calling upon us. They're calling for a more solid response, a more urgent response, and a more ambitious response when it comes to our action. I thank you.
Dear delegates, considering that the late hour and the fact that most of us must hurry to the airport, I would like to propose that the statements are sent and uploaded electronically. No. Open. No. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, first of all, I would like to sincerely thank Chile for its great effort and congratulate you for the great job you did in such difficult circumstances. We are very grateful to you, and I'm speaking on behalf of Brazil, Argentina, and Uruguay, the ABU group. We would also like to sincerely thank Spain for its hospitality and for having worked this wonder to host us here in such short notice. But having said that, I will follow your suggestion, and that's what I was going to propose, at least to the other state delegates, that we, rather than speak here, given the short time that we have, that we all send our statements in writing. This is what we will do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brazil. You have to move from your Costa Rica. You have the floor.
Thank you, señora presidenta.
we are going to make a similar suggestion. We would perhaps suggest that parties deliver their statements in writing, and we leave the space for NGOs and civil society to deliver theirs.
Good suggestion, Costa Rica. If the countries agree, Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Well, in principle, I would agree, but I cannot not take the floor on behalf of the African group to thank you, Madam President, for your leadership. I think the statement is not only about the progress and the process, but also to capture that it was a very difficult COP. We have very difficult meetings, but we also achieved a lot. People might think that the progress, the small progress that was here is something that might be a negative signal to the outside world. I think it is not. The discussions that we had reflects the challenges that we have. It reflects also the commitment to the multilateral process. It reflects the leadership of a person like you, Excellency, pushing forward, pushing the parties to try to reach agreements until 48 hours after the meeting, the official closing of the meeting. So for us, it was a good conference. I hope that all of us have heard each other on the importance of raising ambition, the importance of finance, technology, and capacity building, the importance of working together through a multilateral process. We are proud as Africa of what was achieved on 25 years from the convention until now. We are proud of the Kyoto Protocol. We are proud of the Paris Agreement. We are proud of this conference of the parties. We are proud that we are still in a very strong multilateral process, taking us all forward in an inclusive manner. If we overlook the small elements or the small differences on issues on different agenda items, we need to also confirm that we are all here 48 hours after the official closing. Everybody is following on the webcast. My colleagues, everybody is following, and they are all saying the same thing. Yes, we are here. Yes, we are up to the challenge. It is our responsibility to have a better future. It is our responsibility that the new generations, the incoming generations, would live in a better world, in a world that would take them forward, not a world that will be suffering from impacts of something that they haven't done. So saying that, I have to thank you, Madam Chair. I have to thank your team. You were a leader in the process. All the ministers who have engaged here, all the partners even like that we have engaged with from I would say from the other side, from developed countries, and also for the stakeholders and the NGOs and CSOs who are outside there having all the side events. Everybody is pushing the climate agenda. I hope that we are up to the expectation. It is unfortunate that the outcomes are not very high, but they are a step forward. Even if it's a small step, it's still a step forward. Having said that, we are looking forward to work under your leadership for the coming year. We have full confidence in you and your team and the Secretariat, and we also be looking forward to working with the UK in the next year. Thank you so much, and I hope we all are up to the expectation and we take the climate agenda forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Egypt. European Union, you have the floor.
Madam President, we agree with your suggestion. Let me just associate myself fully to the statement just made by Egypt. Thank you very much.
Thank you, European Union. State of Palestine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, speaking on behalf of the 135 members of the Group of 77, allow me to thank you, Madam President, for your extraordinary efforts, your leadership, your guidance, and the amount of effort that you have exerted during these negotiations to guide us and to help us reach a successful agreement. What you have done is exemplary and will always be remembered. You have done all you can, and responsibility is also that of the states. As Nelson Mandela once said, that our experience has taught us that with goodwill, a negotiated solution can be found for even the most profound problems. The group of G77 came here with that goodwill, and we tried our best. We succeeded in certain fronts, but we failed in others, and for that we have to continue working. Madam President, we will heed your call, and I think it's the most reasonable thing to do at this hour. But let me please conclude with by offering excerpts from a poem, Think of Others, by Palestine's national poem, Mahmoud Darwish, that we could reflect on as we end this COP. And I quote, "As you conduct your wars, think of others. Do not forget those who seek peace. As you pay your water bill, think of others. Do not forget those who are nursed by the clouds. As you return home to your home, think of others. Do not forget those who live in tents. As you sleep and count the stars, think of others, those who have nowhere to sleep. As you think of others far away, think of yourself. Say, if only I were a candle in the dark." Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you, Palestine. Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And on behalf of the Umbrella Group, I would like to thank you for your leadership and indeed your endurance. Just briefly, would recognise some of the achievements this COP, particularly on the Gender Action Plan, on oceans and on loss and damage. While recognising we didn't get all the outcomes that we wanted, we look forward to establishing markets with environmental integrity and a strong and effective enhanced transparency framework in the coming period. We look forward to COP26 under the UK leadership and to the pre-COP in Italy. We will submit a full statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. China, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. China speaks on behalf of basic states. China supports Palestine in its statement on behalf of G77 and China. Over 2 weeks, despite the facilitation by the Secretary General Guterres himself and tremendous efforts by Chilean presidency and the host state Spain with its full support, the Secretariat, facilitating ministers, chairs of working groups, facilitators, and colleagues worked overnight and made tremendous efforts, yet the outcome of the conference falls short of our expectations. Particularly the core target of the conference, the conclusion of the rulebook of Article 6. We only made the procedural conclusions. We believe that we all very much regret this. This outcome is out of proportion to our efforts made. Climate change is increasingly urgent. To respond to existing challenges, we need concrete actions instead of empty slogans. Paris Agreement is a symbolic outcome of multilateralism. Effective response to climate change should uphold multilateralism and be based on the solid mechanism of the Paris Agreement. We should focus on implementation of the agreement, respect history, and proceed from national circumstances, fully consider the different starting points of developed and developing countries, and fully fulfill the commitments basic states call on all states to remain committed to multilateralism, and fully, effectively, and sustained implement the Convention, the KP, and the PA, in particular, concretely, accurately interpreting the PA. In particular, the goals and the principles. We need to observe the principles of CBDRC and NDC arrangements. We need to fully understand and enhance ambitions in mitigation, adaptation, and support, and ensure the ambition of support by developed countries match the ambition of actions by developing countries. With regard to the lack of response by developed countries to the need of developing countries for funding, we express disappointment. And we regret at the arrangements of pre-2020 actions and ambitions. The implementation of the pre-2020 commitments are the departures for the post-2020 actions. We urge developed countries to take concrete actions to fill the gap in emission reduction and in support to developing countries. Despite the imbalanced and insufficient progress in national development in basic states and multiple challenges in economic, social development, environmental protection, and poverty elimination, we all taken robust actions in climate action, achieving notable results, contributing significantly to global climate change efforts. The basic states has already put forward high levels of contributions, contributing to the future and further development. Next, on behalf of China, China aligns itself with a statement by Palestine on behalf of G77 China and a statement by Malaysia on behalf of the LMDC. The Chinese President Xi Jinping repeatedly emphasized that all parties need, in the sense of responsibility, build a community of shared future for humankind, fully deepen the implementation of PA. We will implement Xi Jinping's thought on ecological progress, unswervingly carry out the national strategy to actively combat climate change, and we will continue to make utmost effort and robust national policy actions and fully fulfill our commitments. And we will conduct South-South cooperation in climate change and make unremitting efforts to promote global ecological progress and conclude the last kilometer of the Paris Agreement rulebook and build a fair, reasonable, cooperative global climate governance system for shared benefits and build a community of shared future for humankind. Thank you.
Thank you, China. Norway, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And first, I would like to thank you for your leadership and hard work, not least in the last few days. We now have come to important areas where we come to agreement. I would also like to say that we support Costa Rica, that the civil society and NGOs should be able to make their statements. But in the grave situation that the world is in, that first and foremost will affect future generations, I think it's most appropriate at the end of the COP to give the words for our final statements to our youth delegate, Sofie Morvik.
Thank you. We lack the ambition needed to avoid this climate emergency. We're far from where we need to be to reach our international commitments of stopping global warming at 1.5 degrees. Now is the time for all countries to provide real action. Our leaders need to step up. The world would have looked very different if young people were in charge today. We don't have the time to wait for us to be the ones taking the final decisions. And youth are finished being your inspiration. Please use our solutions. Take the right decisions for our future and for all the people suffering the consequences of climate change today. Don't let us down. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. Indonesia, you have the floor.
Madam President, Indonesia wants to be brief, but you deserve our direct conveyance of our appreciation, Madam President, and our thanks for your personal commitment, endurance, and passion for our work. We'd like to thank all the ministers who facilitated the decisions. It was really difficult, but they've done a great job, and we appreciate the inclusive process. We also thank the Spanish government and the people of Madrid for their excellent hosting and facilities. And again, Madam President, congratulations on the Blue COP.
Thank you, Indonesia. Bhutan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Bhutan has a privilege of speaking on behalf of the LDC group. We align with the statement made by State of Palestinian on behalf of G77 in China. Briefly, Madam President, we would like to thank you for your leadership and guidance these past weeks, especially during final hours at this session. For us, this COP is the last stop before implementation of Paris Agreement. We are able to make good progress, but we have also left behind a few important items for next session. Our group remains committed to work together to strengthen the multilateralism and action on climate change. A longer version of the statement will be submitted online so that our friends in civil society gets time to share their views, as well as I need to go and catch my flight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bhutan. Malaysia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Malaysia speaking on behalf of like-minded developing countries. We'd like to associate ourselves with all the statements made before this, and we'd like to congratulate you for your leadership, energy, and commitment towards this COP. And we also like to thank the team behind you, the Secretariat, the Chilean government, and the Spain government for the wonderful hospitality. We too will post our full text online, but before I leave, I would like to just mark that 14 December is the one-year anniversary of the passing of one of the convention founders, a wonderful friend, and one of the convention's greatest stalwarts, Madam Ditas. We like to remind the world of what she said. There's so much at stake. Get it right, and the world has the chance to both halt the catastrophic climate change and find better path to develop. Get it wrong, and all injustice and disadvantages that developing countries now face will be magnified 1,000 times in the coming years. Let us honor her spirit and respect what she stood and fought for her entire life, which is equity, fairness, and justice. Finally, Madam President, we reiterate, let us live up to our commitments and negotiate in good faith hereon. Thank you very much.
Thank you a lot. Costa Rica, you have the floor.
Señora Presidenta, le agradezco.
Madam President, again, thank you for giving us the floor.
Have a FILAC. We would like to support a statement made by the distinguished delegate of Palestine on behalf of G77 and China. We will be brief, I promise. We thank that the effort made by Chile in their role as COP presidency, and energy that was placed until the very last moment. And to your delegation, Madam President, we thank you for your work. ILAC also wants to recognize the great effort Spain, the city of Madrid, and its people made to organize this COP at the last minute. Hemos llevado a cabo.
We have undertaken our conference in a kind climate in a beautiful city, and this was done in record time. This has never been achieved in just 1 month. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Belize, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I wish to also associate myself with the comments made by the State of Palestine on behalf of the Group of 77 and China. EOSIS will deliver a statement, a written statement to you. However, I would like to personally extend my appreciation for the extraordinary work you did in convening and executing COP25, and of course, for the support provided by the Kingdom of Spain, our host country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Belize. Liechtenstein, you have the floor.
Madam President, I speak on behalf of the Environmental Integrity Group comprising Georgia, Liechtenstein, Switzerland, Monaco, the Republic of Korea, and Mexico. We thank you and your team for your effort and hard work over the last 2 weeks, and Spain for being great hosts. We support you and also the proposal made by Costa Rica. Thank you.
Thank you, Liechtenstein. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
I will do it in Arabic language.
And then I have got the merciful, the compassionate, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, heads of the subsidiary commission. I'm speaking on behalf of the 22 states of the Arab League. On behalf of the Arab League, I would like to thank you for your continued efforts to push our negotiations forward and for working with the states parties to achieve the desired progress. The Arab group would like to express its alignment with the statement of Palestine on behalf of the group of 77 in China. The Arab state would like to express its commitment to the principles under the convention, especially the common but differentiated responsibility. But we are calling for the operationalizations of all regimes enshrined in the Paris Agreement. In this context, the Arab group would like to call for a balanced process, a procedure of work to include all items under the Paris Agreement. And all these items should be dealt with with equal importance under the two subsidiary groups. We need also to deal in a balanced way with all topics and items with no discrimination in the submission or the drafting of the documents. Otherwise, this will bear negatively on the Paris Agreement. Madam President, the Arab group would like to agree the six-point plan and the Katowice expert the mechanism, market mechanism. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, we are committed to working with the subsidiary groups in a spirit that will serve the interest of all. We wish the United Kingdom all success in presiding the upcoming Conference of the Parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. I now turn on to the NGOs, representatives, and EPO farmers. You have the floor.
It's not EPO farmers. Indigenous Peoples Organizations.
Sorry. I will open the floor for the statement of observer organizations. I would like to give the floor to a representative speaking on behalf of Indigenous Peoples Organizations. You have the floor.
Ko aora ki te mauka, ko waeta ki te awa, ko tahu pōta ki te tupuna. Ko uenoku, ko tahu pōta ki ka whare, ko kāti raki amo, ko kāti waiwai, ko kāti roa hiki hiki, ka karakataka, e mihi ana ki a koutou katoa. Kia ora everyone, my name is Kera Sherwood-O'Regan and I'm speaking to you today as a proudly disabled Kai Tahu woman from Te Waipounamu, the South Island of Aotearoa, New Zealand. When I introduce myself in this way, I am connecting to my family, to my ancestors, to my waters, my rivers, and to our chiefly ancestral mountain Aoraki, who stands amongst his brothers as the tallest peak in the Southern Alps, which are currently melting due to your inaction. As Indigenous peoples, we come here every year, often on our own dime, to advocate for our peoples and for our lands because it is what must be done. We're constantly forced to fight for our rights to be included. And while we acknowledge the importance of the local communities and Indigenous peoples platform work plan being adopted at this session, we can't help but feel the irony of your refusal to include human rights and Indigenous peoples' rights in Article 6, when we know that market approaches have already directly harmed our communities. Our knowledge cannot be upheld if our rights are not upheld. You treat negotiations like a zero-sum game where you make deals behind closed doors, trading off our rights for the profits of the very corporations who caused this problem in the first place. But you forget that we cannot negotiate with nature. Since the colonial project began, we have been overcoming an apocalypse on our lands. This has embedded patriarchy, homophobia, ableism, transphobia, white supremacy, and systemic oppressions in our national and international mechanisms. When you silence us, you deny yourselves learning from our ways, and you continue to sideline those who have real solutions for all communities. We are experts on climate. We are the kaitiaki, the stewards of nature. We know the legitimacy of our voices, and it's about time that you recognize it too. Hear our stories, learn our histories, stop taking up space with your false solutions, and get out of our way. Because we are here. We're here with real solutions, and we are united with all people with disabilities and other structurally oppressed groups and the other constituencies that you can see standing behind me right now. We are united in our vision for transformative change because people power is climate justice. Kia ora koutou katoa.
Thank you very much. I would like to give the floor to a representative speaking on behalf of women and gender non-governmental organizations.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Jolijn Holtz, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Women and Gender constituency. First, we take the opportunity to welcome what we see as one of the strongest outcomes of this COP, the adoption of the Gender Action Plan. We thank parties for pushing for a strong outcome on this. However, at this COP we saw an unprecedented resistance of parties against acknowledging the interconnections of human rights with every aspect of the negotiations. We heard a resounding call from countries in support of human rights in Article 6 just this morning, which we applaud as we cannot allow any decision on Article 6 to go forward that would infringe on rights and ultimately not advance the goals of the Convention. We expect parties to continue this call going forward. Every time you undermine human rights, you undermine gender equality. Every time an environmental defender is threatened, raped, disappeared, or murdered, the violator is you. Your commitments to patriarchy, capitalism, militarism, colonialism, racism, and ecocide are the only ones you have made and which you support with real finance. Until these systems of oppression are dismantled, which lock out peaceful protesters and communities, including indigenous peoples and women, from real participation and decision-making, until the root causes of this climate catastrophe are reckoned with, we will be here. You will hear our voices raised in solidarity. You will see our bodies in the halls and on the streets and on the front lines. You took the COP away from the people of Chile and Latin America, but you cannot silence us. You cannot silence the people. You cannot silence women, nor indigenous peoples, nor migrants, nor workers, nor peasants, nor lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, non-binary, gender non-conforming, queer, intersex, and two-spirited people. You cannot silence people of color, nor people living with disabilities, nor the elders, and not the youth. You cannot silence or rally and cry for justice. People power, climate justice.
Thank you. I would like to give the floor to two representatives speaking on behalf of youth non-governmental organizations.
Thank you, Chair. We are Shreya Kese from Youth for NDC from Nepal and
Zuzanna Borowska from the Polish Ecological Club from Poland.
Speaking on behalf of Youth Constituency. Firstly, regarding NDCs, countries need to urgently enhance and revise them with the best available science and consultation with stakeholders. Youth priorities, including action for climate empowerment, green jobs, access to climate finance, must be reflected in their design. We, as youth, are ready to be included in the design and implementation of NDCs. On Warsaw International Mechanism of Loss and Damage, we are disappointed by the lack of progress on mobilizing funds for loss and damage for the most vulnerable on common time frames. We call for urgent conclusion of this item at SB 52. The timelines of global stocktake should not be up for discussion. We need to move fast.
The current commitments by parties for GCF and Adaptation Fund are insufficient. You use the word multilateralism, but continue to ignore the urgent need for financing in LMICs. You must tax polluters for the damage they have done and build strong financial mechanisms to avoid further human and environmental crisis. On Article 6, Market mechanisms must respect human rights and indigenous peoples' rights while enhancing ambitions and increasing finance flows. Emissions reductions projects should not be used as a scheme to profit from loopholes, as indicated in the wording other purposes. Civil society has been shut out of this COP. Our lives, children and future generations are in your hands, and you are failing us. Do you want to be remembered as the ones who had the chance to act, but decided not to? As betrayers of our generation, of indigenous people, and of communities desperately fighting on the ground? We are rising, we are fighting, and we will win. COPs have failed people and the planet. People power, climate justice, now. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I would like to give the floor to a representative speaking on behalf of trade union non-governmental organizations. You have the floor.
Thank you, President. My name is Francis Stewart from the Scottish Trade Union Congress. I'm speaking on behalf of the global workers' movement represented by the ITUC. We represent 207 million workers from 165 countries. What we have seen in the last 2 weeks is nothing short of a disgrace. Unions are bitterly disappointed. We were hoping to see governments agreeing ambitious climate justice policies that responded to the climate emergency that is threatening our lives, our jobs, our livelihoods, our communities, and our dignity. What we have is the polar opposite. Civil society has been locked out, while government backtrack on what has been negotiated over all the years. What we have seen is nothing less than parties trying to dismantle the Paris Agreement. They are much more interested in trading emissions and making money from it than actually reducing them. There is no respect to the science, no respect for human rights, no social justice, no ambition, and no commitments to action. This failure cannot be disentangled from the other crises we see around the world. The rich are getting richer while the poor suffer. This is exacerbated by climate change. Trade unionists are under attack around the world. Governments, including the Chilean government, attack their own people. We need bold, transformative action from governments to pave the way for a just transition. Next year's COP will be in my home city of Glasgow. We need to see climate measures to protect workers' rights and create decent jobs. Workers have to be at the table to negotiate enhanced NDCs, to be ready to be presented in Glasgow, not waiting for other governments to go first or delaying to see how it turns out. We want social protection policies for people that will be impacted. And we want the rich countries to pay up for the climate finance that they have committed to do for so many years but not delivered. None of this is reflected in this COP. This COP has failed the people and the planet. People power, climate justice.
Thank you. I would like to give the floor to a representative speaking on behalf of business and industry non-governmental organizations. You have the floor.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Tennant Reid of the Australian Industry Group. It's my honour to address you on behalf of the business and industry constituency at this meeting. We commend the Chilean presidency for their leadership, Spain for providing an excellent venue and seamless logistics at short notice, as well as all of you for your intensive efforts. These have not gone unnoticed, and we thank you. This conference has been centred around finalising the Paris rulebook and about commitment to increasing ambition. As we saw throughout the 2 weeks and at Wednesday's announcement of the Climate Ambition Alliance, businesses of every size across every geography and sector are rising to the challenge and setting the pace through ambitious commitments and actions. We are pleased to see that 84 countries also signed up to the Climate Ambition Alliance, signalling their intention to work towards enhancing their NDCs. We can all agree that while this is a good step forward, This is simply not enough to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement. We call on all parties to commit to enhance their NDCs, making them more ambitious and accelerating their implementation. This is essential to drive us further and faster in meeting the climate challenge. Business is ready to work with you in the development, implementation and review of enhanced NDCs. We've stressed the importance of finalising the outstanding matters related to the Paris Rulebook as vital to enhanced ambition and implementation, in particular providing strong and efficient rules that can unlock the potential of Article 6. We express our deep disappointment with the inability to finalise Article 6 at this meeting, despite your intensive efforts. We must not let Article 6 wither on the vine. Many of you here seem to agree. Clear rules, environmental integrity and robust accounting are essential to creating the market confidence needed to unlock investment, ambition and greater mitigation. You must continue to press to complete the rulebook over the coming year and to finalise it at COP26 in Glasgow. And you must go further. We are pleased to hear that some parties will pursue cooperative approaches through their own partnerships under key principles of the Paris Agreement, ensuring transparency, accountability, avoiding double counting, and most importantly, upholding environmental integrity. In 2020, we all have a central job to do. Act with urgency and speed to deliver concrete actions that put us on the right trajectory towards net zero global emissions. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we hope that the knowledge we've exchanged, relationships we've built and sense of purpose we have strengthened here in Madrid will carry us forward to Glasgow and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to give the floor to a representative of behalf of research and independent non-governmental organizations. You have the floor.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President.
On behalf of the Ringo constituency, the Ringos would like to start by expressing appreciation for the Chilean COP presidency's recognition of the importance of putting science at the center of COP25. We also applaud the first ever virtual meeting of country science ministers in conjunction with the COP. However, we regret any dilution of science in the text. Through 25 years of COPs, plentiful technical solutions for mitigation and adaptation, as well as finance and market mechanisms have been developed, linking research with innovation. It is now time to put research and the agreement into action. We welcome very much the effort, but effort and talk and negotiations are not longer sufficient. We urge us all to return home to implement the details of the Paris Agreement now. Through capacity building, we must give people the tools and empowerment to address climate change in their communities. The research community stands ready to serve as knowledge brokers to explain the regional relevance of the scientific evidence and COP decisions in our home communities and countries. We are also prepared to help the transformation of knowledge into day-to-day practice. The Ringos encourage the private and the public sectors to engage in climate action and move to a more circular economy. Do not waste time. Do not waste our time. In conclusion, the Ringos would like to express our sincere gratitude to the governments and people of Chile and Spain for pulling together COP25 in such a short time. This was a good example of how the global North and South can come together and accomplish a great task, a metaphor for what we need to do to advance the provisions of the Paris Agreement and COP25. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like to give the floor to two representatives speaking on behalf of environmental non-governmental organizations. You have the floor.
My name is Adam, and I'm here to speak to anybody who carries in their heart some hope of climate justice, some hope of a livable future. I know that you're all tired, because we for sure are. We are tired of governments siding with the polluters. We are tired of our lives being negotiated away for money. The people are tired of being ignored, while a handful of wreckers and bullies negotiate in bad faith. We know that until we get them out of power, they will continue to sabotage our future. Our government spent 2 weeks focused on carbon trafficking above all else. A few of them focused on cheating while carbon trafficking, but they all thought of convoluted schemes which are unjust and ineffective. Yet you ignore the clear and simple solutions, like leaving fossil fuels in the ground. It's really not complex. We need to stop frying our planet, and we need to provide support to those who are staring down the barrel of the climate crisis, the barrel of devastation. Millions of us around the world are rallying, striking in the streets, demanding real and fair solutions and the right to a dignified life, because we will never accept crumbs of a future, and we will make the polluters pay. This COP has failed the people and the planet. People power, climate justice.
Thank you. My name is Sebastian Deck, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Climate Action Network. Cannes has followed these climate negotiations since they started in 1991, and never before witnessed such a disconnection between what the science and the people demand and what governments are delivering. We witness an almost complete absence of ambition and urgency from all the large emitters. And then to hear that one country blocked language on addressing this gap is obnoxious. The arrogance to block progress while leaving the Paris Agreement is treacherous. Furthermore, this COP has failed to provide new and additional finance to support those people suffering from climate-induced loss and damage and increasingly dramatic impacts of the climate crisis. On rules for Article 6, Climate Action Network applauds all those who stood strong on environmental integrity and social safeguards, including human rights and indigenous peoples' rights. However, we are gravely concerned by the exclusion of vulnerable countries from key negotiations and call on future presidencies to ensure full inclusiveness. But as governments screw up, people rise up. COP25 has not delivered, but we will return stronger in 2020. We will rise and unleash unprecedented movements if governments keep failing the people and the planet. We are closing ranks with the unions, with the climate justice movements, with the indigenous peoples, with the faith-based communities, and with the youth. This process is failing the people and the planet. People power, climate justice.
Thank you. We have now reached the end of our joint plenary. This joint meeting of the COP, the CMP, and the CMA is now adjourned. I invite the COP to consider Agenda 19, conclusion of the session. Turning to Agenda Sub-Item 19A, adoption of the report of the conference on its 25th session. I now invite the Secretariat to provide us with the preliminary assessment of the resource implications of decisions adopted by the COP here in Madrid. Obeis, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Madam President, dear delegates. At this late hour, I'd like to be very brief and provide the conference here with the financial implications of the decisions that were made under the three bodies. For COP25, the resources required would be 2 million under agenda items 3B, 7, 8, 9, 12, and 13. And those will follow the established budgetary categorization that was established for the biennium 2021. For CMP 15, there is only one agenda item 10, for which 860,000 euros will be required. For CMA 2, again, only one item under agenda item 6, for which 550,000 euros will be required. We will follow the process of securing those funds through voluntary contributions under the Trust Fund for supplementary activities. And while I have the floor, Madam, I'd like to sincerely and most graciously thank you for your leadership, Spain, for hosting us here, IFEMA, this facility, all the interpreters here, technical staff, security, media, and last but not least, all the UNFCCC staff who have worked absolutely tirelessly, and we are with you. We'll continue to do that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice. The draft report is contained in document FCCC/CP/2019/L1. The rapporteur, Mr. Mohamed Irfan Tariq, has commented this report to the conference and informed me that, with the help of the Secretariat, he will complete the text of the report as appropriate and incorporate decisions and conclusions as adopted by the conference. I invite the COP to adopt the draft report on the understanding that the rapporteur, with the assistance of the Secretariat, will complete the report and make it available to all the parties. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I invite the COP to consider agenda sub-item 19B, closure of the session. I see the United Kingdom has requested the floor. United Kingdom, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. On behalf of all of the parties, including those who could not be here at this moment, I'd like to express our profound gratitude to the government of the Republic of Chile, the government of the Kingdom of Spain, and the people of Madrid. Your willingness and ability to take prompt, ambitious action is an inspiration to all of us as we look to the challenges ahead. Thank you for everything, and we look forward to welcoming you all next November.
Thank you, UK. I now invite the COP to adopt the resolution, expression of gratitude to the Government of the Republic of Chile, Government of the Kingdom of Spain, and the people of the City of Madrid, contained in the document FCCC/CP/2019/L5 and FCCC/KP/CMP/2019/L4 and FCCC/PA/CMA/2019/L2. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. After many long hours, this brings us all to the end of the COP. I declare the 25th session of the Conference of the Parties closed. I invite the CMP to consider agenda item 15, conclusion of the session. I invite the CMP to consider agenda sub-item 15B, closure of the session. I declare the 15th session of the Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties closed. I invite the CMA to consider agenda item 15, conclusion of the session. I declare the second session of the Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties closed.